forming an alliance with the IPOB. And I took it upon myself with some other youths. We went to Cross River. We met with some authorities of Cross River State. We went to Akwa Ibom and even Taraba because refugees of Southern Cameroon are there. And most of the guys were taking the forests or the rural communities there to come back and continue with their activities in Cameroon, and especially the Cross River states down at Ubudu, Obaliku local government and those areas. The guys were really, really there. What I want to make as a point here is that nowadays the international community is very, very complex, that people don't know that issues regarding self-determination, issues regarding independence is really not the agenda of the United Nations of today, and not the agenda of even world states. And when the people that are behind these agendas realize this, instead of telling their people the truth, they turn now to be the the freedom fighter that is instead putting their people at difficulties. And that's what is happening in Southern Cameroon, because since 2017 and 18, when the people realized that we had marginalization issues, we had serious assimilation issue from the central government of Yaoundé, but at a particular point, we discovered that we are the people dying, and then the humanitarian crisis is affecting us, and we are the one losing everything that we had, and our community is in a complete shamble, and we are no way to go. United Nations is not coming forth, nobody is coming forth, and the only people we could seek solace to, since we have large maritime and territorial boundaries, Nigeria, and that's why most of our refugees went there. But in between 2018 and 19, when the Ambazonian Governing Council, led by Abacho, declared that they have made official alliance with the IPOB and IPOB leaders, I say, this thing might go and revive the Biafra sentiment, and it will start to because I studied the Biafra war very well and trends of issues up to date, and I understood that Cameroon and Southern Cameroon and the neighboring states of Nigeria, which is the South and Southeast, have a lot of characteristics in common, that if this is going to work, then it's going to have a lot of effect. Now it's very difficult for us to travel from the itinerary of Limbe to Akwa Ibom through the flying boat in the Bakassi area, of which it was very, very easy before, because the guys have established a kind of hegemony there, and it is sometimes having combined force. You can't distinguish if it is the Ambazonian fighters or the IPOB guys. So it's actually working, and until we put collective efforts together, maybe we join hands together to fight it from both sides. Because if Nigeria succeeds to quench that Cameroon is still existing, there will still be that spillover effect, in as much as they will still have routes, informal routes that permit people to walk to and fro from Nigeria, in as much as we still have people who are dealing with arms, and all this insecurity is still persisting. So if the two communities can join efforts to fight this together, is going to help, because even the people of Southern Cameroon are tired. They are really tired. Our people are exhausted. If you look at my timeline, we are all there, Anglophone crisis. And our government has now become nonchalant to the issue. Say, okay, you guys kill yourself, they do whatever thing you want to do. And it's a whole lot of problem for us. But what I'm suggesting is, if we can push the collective initiative of trying to solve this problem together. Someone said something very important. It is political. Any issue that has to do with the identity and self-determination, agitation, manifestation is political. Dialogue is always the best way out, like having a national dialogue, a collective dialogue with the government and some of the credible authorities, because there are credible ones and there are charlatans. So those ones that have a little bit of credibility could be selected from these people, and then together they have a dialogue with maybe some government officials and maybe community leaders and middle people who are neither for or against, or who are there to objectively analyze to bring out tangible solutions that are long-lasting. Without which, if it is only about crushing, such groups will rather persist and it will stay for long. So that's why even at our own level, we are still pushing for dialogue that has not yet come, because since the crisis started, the dialogue that was organized in Yaoundé was never attended by many of the separatist leaders, and they prefer a dialogue out of the country. So we are still struggling to push for that to happen. It is still a hope that we wish it could take place one day, and we think that of Nigeria is a similar thing. If they want to sincerely solve the problem that can have a long-lasting effect, it should be by dialogue and not by crushing, because crushing is going to cause revenge, counter actions, and so on and so forth. Someone whose brother is killed will always want to revenge and retaliate. But if there is dialogue and some recommendations are being effectively implemented, it will go a long way to calm down people's tension and solve the problem of charlatans. Thank you very much. Let me give the mic to another person.
Thank you so much, Fabrice.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. Fabrice, I actually wanted, before we proceed, because you're from Southern Cameroon, I actually wanted maybe in 1 minute, if you can actually describe what life is like in Southern Cameroon as of today, in just 1 minute. Thank you. So that people, our people will actually understand where we are tilting, where we are going to. Thank you.
Myself, I'm a victim because I had a wrong timing to graduate from the university when the crisis started. And at that time, I got to lecture in the Higher Institute of Learning in Bamenda, and I was forced to displace myself and go to Yaoundé. And since 2016, I've been in Yaoundé till date. To go to my own village, I'm from the Chamba, Bali people of Northwest region, Bamenda. To go to my village is very, very difficult. That means accessibility to local communities in Northwest or Southwest is not easy, because if you are rich, they are going to kidnap you to ask money to support the struggle, whether you are for or against, whether you want to or you don't want to. Ghost towns have been imposed every Monday, and it is to the detriment of local people who are doing businesses. Politicians that are struggling to ask for the separatists to permit that, let us go to the parliament and argue it from there. They kidnap them and tell them that they are blacklegs, they are enablers, they are the one collaborating with the government to, like, it is a whole, my brother, the situation is like the people are under bondage from their own people who wanted to liberate them. At the beginning, all of us were enthusiastic about the thing, but the situation now is very precarious. And as we all know, we have 60,000 plus Cameroonians in the different neighboring states of Nigeria as refugees. And those are mostly people from Mamfe, Eyumojok, Akwaya, to an extent, Bachibo. And then now those who are closer to the francophone regions of Cameroon, like in Boya, Limbe, Bamenda, they are into Bafoussam, Douala, and Yaoundé as IDPs. So basically, to see young people between the age of 20 to 35 in these regions is difficult, because all intelligent or all vibrant, young, promising people have left the region to go, and either they have gone abroad or they are in the francophone regions, or they are those that are working administrative and they are heavily guarded. So the community now is shared between those who have decided to go, and most of these are children that were stubborn in school. They were never having any opportunity in the society. Now they have guns that they are using the gun to collect anything. They take any girl they want. They go and seize land from people. They go to business. They write letter and give you. You have to support the struggle. That is exactly what's happening. Whereas That was never what the population bargained for. So the population under bondage from its own leaders who said they want to liberate, and it's terrible. And government is still with the same policy of subjugation, domination of the people of Southern Cameroon. Now that the liberators have come, and instead they are subjugating the people to succumb to arbitrary laws, the people are now desperate. They are left in the middle with no person to come and help them. It is now that we are struggling to build a middle voice. And that middle voice is to enable for transition and constitutional reforms that can permit us to even have the kind of democracy Nigeria have, where we know no matter how bad a leader is, after 8 years, the person will go and another one will come. That's what we are struggling to push for, which if we achieve to a certain extent, it can solve our basic problems, without which we might be in a 20, 30 years war for those who have taken gun are not ready to put it down anytime soon.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Uche,
Afam, yes. Oh my goodness. I'm just seeing our future right there. And it is very obvious that this is where we are getting to. And it has started. It has started here. And for those of you who are still emotional, that still look at, is it sounding, everything he's saying is very similar. It's very, very relatable. Somehow, you people are even lucky. At least the Yaoundé government allowed you guys to come and have dialogue. Our own would never do that. And the reason is because you have never fought war with the Yaoundé, first time. You never had anything, like war in Cameroon. So our own is worse. Our own is worse because the people we are actually, talking to want our destruction. So if anything like what is happening in Cameroon starts right now, and they will trigger exodus of our people from the north and instigate crisis or whatever that may happen, our people will be heavily everywhere in Nigeria. They are affected. I am telling you guys this, and that's why you need to jettison whatever emotion you have in your mind. Whoever that is in my DM, whatever you are talking there, just listen to what I have to say. Listen to what this fabric said now. If you know that, if you know what is happening in Cameroon, if you listen to his voice, know that it's a similar experience that we are having here. Our own will be worse times 10 because of our situation. Number one, they have access to sea, so they could navigate. They are even bordered to Nigeria, so somehow they can, invade Nigeria when they are attacked. But where are you? We are sandwiched, and we don't have access to sea as they have access. They also never fought war, all right? And they do not have their wealth scattered all over the, northern Cameroon, just like you are doing. They do not have the southern Cameroon sentiments, just like the way Igbo people have anti-Igbo sentiments. That is all over the, Nigeria. They do not have that. They do not have their businesses in every nook and cranny of Nigeria, northern Cameroon, the way we Igbo people do. So you see, our own is going to be worse. So what we have to do right now is to stop this nonsense. There's no middle ground for whatever amelioration that anyone may be suggesting. The best approach is to halt this nonsense right now. If you are not speaking, start speaking right now. If you think somehow we can talk about this thing, we are talking about look, Ogafego. People that know me know how I used to talk before, but now there's no time for that. There's no time. We need to tackle this head on. Stop now. Stop this nonsense. We need to find who are those who are manufacturing this newspaper. That's where we have to start from. We have to stop that nonsense. We need to also make sure that the people who are profiting from this violence are exposed. When I have my time, I'll bring out time and expose them the way they are supposed to be exposed. It's not like I didn't know about this thing. So if you are listening to me, I'm coming for you. I'm going to expose all of you who are profiting from Biafra. All of you. Stop. We need to get our land. I am 100% proponent. I want independence and Igbo. I want that. I've always said that. I want to have independence. I want to be able to, I want our people to have freedom to build their land. independent of what we are experiencing in Nigeria. I am not comfortable with Nigerian system. I am not. I'm saying it boldly. But this nonsense you guys are bringing is not the way to go about it. It can never be the way. You don't ask me how to go about it. Don't ask me that. This is nonsense. You are giving me nonsense and I will not accept it. Government, Obiano gave us nonsense and we called it out and we shouted and we called his bluff. He's a government, yet we called him. So you are not even government. How dare you? How can I not call your bluff? How can I not call your bluff? How can I not call you out? And we are warning you, don't do this. This is what it will result to. And he is looking at it on a man. Thank goodness we have someone who had lived or who has lived the experience, telling us exactly how it is over there in Cameroon. For those of you who always make reference, the other day I think there was a fake news that I even joined them in reporting the fake news that the Southern Cameroon has gotten their independence or something. That is the kind of news they spread across Southeast. The truth is that I'm going to continue to voice my mind on this very subject until I get tired of talking about it. I encourage everybody, if we go here IPOB, you go listen. This is the time for us to get it right. Don't be emotional. Don't be swallowed. Don't allow yourself to be swallowed in this emotional roller coaster. Let's fight this thing once and for all. Thank you, everyone. I welcome King's Dollar Jidani to make his submission.
Thank you so much, Uche. Good morning, everyone. Thank you also, Alpha. The incident in the Southeast is an emotional one. It's an emotional one, and it's also a pathetic situation. I hope I could be heard. I can. You guys can hear me.
Loud and clear.
All right. The level of education and understanding of our people, especially the young ones, it's a harrowing one to even imagine. Biafra is an ideology. Biafra is a spirit. Nnamdi Kanu just came on the scene and he detected or he latched onto something, which is the emotion of the war, of the post-war Biafra. And people are so sympathetic and empathetic to this emotional side of the war. Most times, we the young ones, we don't even we have never sat down to ask our parents the aftermath of the war, the effect of the war. Biafra cannot be gotten the way our people are going about it this time around. There are entrenched interests in the Nigeria project that will never allow Biafra to materialize. I think what our people need to do right now is to focus on escalated development of the Southeast. Nigeria is too much of a project to be broken by just one side of the nation. It can never happen. Except God wants to, except only God can say, let there be Biafra. And so I look at this sit-at-home stuff that is depriving our people of their economic livelihood. It is devastating. It is something not to even kind of imagine. And I am asking us, anybody who has access to Soludo, this is number one thing he should do. Soludo should be ruthless in dealing with this menace. Anambra State is like the hub of the Igbo. Anything that works in Anambra will work in other states in the Southeast. And so they try to use the experiment of no election to rattle our people. So that the Biafran stuff will start from Anambra State. But it didn't work. Thank God for for our people and people like Uche and Afam and other voices that were very, very vehement against such a wicked plot. Now, Soludo has one task. The task
I'm a long place, eh?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. Though. 2 minutes.
Soludo has a task.
That is what.
Can you hear me?
This is a problem.
Biafran son, can you just allow someone to speak, please? Let him
People are
finish.
talking
After
a lot.
him, do.
So Soludo has a task, and the number one task he has right now is to deal ruthlessly. We have gone beyond the era of carrots, only carrots. The time bomb of the Biafra movement, if it explodes, nobody will survive it in the East. And the annoying things that people who are propelling and fueling these things are ignoramus, jobless people who live on emotions, people who feed off on other people's intelligence, lack of maturity, lack of independent thinking process. And so you find that most of them at OP Waker, Oka Road, and some of these places that you have free readers, what do you call the newspapers association readers, they are the ones propelling these things, and they are dangerous. So number one thing the incoming governor has to do is like what P2B did during the era of too much kidnapping in Anambra State. P2B goes after these individuals, their houses, their parents. If you are found to have been involved or you are a conspirator to any form of kidnapping or armed robbery, he will bring down your house. He will level you up. There was no middle ground in it, and he worked. So Ludo has, if anybody that has access to him or those, this is a transition committee. This is number one thing you should do. Otherwise, before next year, what you will see is that maybe they will declare 5 months sit at home. Somebody 2 days ago was telling me about the fact that most people in main market, they don't care if you declare 6 months sit at home. Say they will sit at home, they have all the money in the bank, and that it doesn't affect their business. That they want this. And I look at this person's level of intelligence and reasoning. I found that these people have been fed hook, line, and sinker, lies, and they are ready to sit at home because to them, what is education? They tell you that after all, during the Biafran Civil War, that everybody were at home, no education, so they rather stay at home than allow the injustice to fester. This governor, the incoming one, has a big task, and if he's going to succeed, he has done so much. I mean, the whole of Southeast will be grateful to him because anything that works in Anambra will eventually rub off on every other Southeastern state. So Soludo has the task to be ruthless, deal with those who are agitating for this canker war because it's a menace, like a time bomb. If you are going to have a Biafra, we are not against having Biafra. There is a table for you to sit down on. You come to the table, present your argument in a peaceful manner, not in this carnage, before it snowballs into full-fledged Northeastern war. What is happening if you're in the North? What is happening in the North is a full-fledged war. You would not imagine the kind of carnage, the kind of atrocity going on in the Northeast. You don't even want to imagine it in the Southeast. And so some of these people is about ideology. And as we're dealing with the ideology, the cross of the matter rests on the table of the governor. See, government is powerful. You can't fight government as an individual and win. You might win in the court law, but you need to implement that judgment. And so right. I see people who are, to round up, I see people who are saying we should apply carrot and dialogue. We have gone beyond the era of dialogue. If you understand what's going on, we have gone beyond the era of dialogue. Government has to do their work to ensure that the enabling environment is there for us to now talk about carrots. Otherwise, this whole stuff is not into a full-fledged one. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jidani. You know, someone interrupted you while you were talking, and I kicked his stupid ass from here because these are the issues. We are having a civil conversation, and you know, you just interject, and the first thing you say is you people are talking rubbish. You know, these are the issues. You know, these are the people. Some of you want us to dialogue with. If you are a Biafran or if you are an IPOB member and you support it at home, you request for the mic, we'll give you the mic. You understand? You can present your argument, you know, as a rational human, you know. But if you come to this space hosted by Uche, you know, and myself, and say rubbish, I'll kick you out. And if you are pissed off, I'll give you my address. And it's very foolish. Thank you very much, my brother, for that. So, Dr. To, you have the mic.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say this. I saw this topic and I said, honestly, I need to come in here and have my own say on this particular topic of this sit-at-home thing. You see, even I, for one, I always have arguments with my parents about this whole thing. They keep saying that this whole thing, sit-at-home will work. And I said, the only reason why you guys say this thing is because you people have not found yourself in that situation where you have to fend for what you have to eat on a daily basis. I told them, I said, for the fact that I'm actually an Igbo person, that makes me a Biafran. I am a Biafran, but what I don't understand and which I don't support is the whole ideology about this whole thing. Over here where I'm based, I'm among the Anambra community, and I also happen to be the assistant secretary to the Anambra community here. And the secretary is their Oga Patakpata, like the rep of IPOB here. And most times I do get into some kind of a argument, or will I say confrontation with him, because when you try to make your point, like you try to make a solid, point to them, they always want to be aggressive. Just like somebody came here to say we are all talking lobbish. Lobbish. So the thing is this. I've always said that the kind of crowd that IPOB or Biafran has pulled so far, I believe that there are better ways for us to actually approach some certain things. But the problem that we have is that most people don't want to talk about these things. Everybody, somebody said, people want to be so emotional about this whole thing. You going to burn down people's businesses or restrict them from making their money. You guys are not giving them any money. There are people suffering. We have people who are begging for food every day because they can't even go to work because of what? Sit at home. It's just not nice. I've been saying this. Me and them, they get issues for here. Because me, like one day I was somewhere and somebody said, if I say that thing again, that he will, I go cripple you under 2 minutes. So people don't want to talk about these things because they are so emotional about this whole thing.
Tochku, let me just join you there. They have threatened us enough. And, they think that they have monopoly for this. Let me tell you something. The truth is that the reason why IPOB has not been termed terrorist organization is because the people of SouthEast have not been able to put down or put pen on paper and say that, look, these people are terrorists. The day they will start terrorizing or dealing with our people, and we decide to say, look, IPOB is a terrorist organization, that will be the end of every single IPOB anywhere in the world. So when they come out and try to hound anyone who is speaking against, let me tell you, the day you will kill one soul, killing people it's quite easy to kill, especially when you're a professional killer. But there is this particular soul that you will kill. That will be the end of it. The blood will be very violent, that it will cause so much harm. It will cause so much harm that it may even end everything that has to do with IPOB. The people will use it in fact, it will be all over the media. Everybody will continue to talk about it on what that particular person, as if that's the only person you guys have killed before. So when they talk, they make it look like they have monopoly for this. And what it means is that everywhere you are in the world, provided you identify as one, you'll be affected. And they don't listen to this. But that is not where why are we supposed to be talking about? Why are we talking about this? Why should we even be talking about having that type of argument? Whereby if I say something,
Uche's mic network glitch.
Can I run up?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Round up, Dr. Tu. Then after Dr. Tu, Abuja photographer. Thank you.
All right. I've actually told my parents and everybody who's close to me or who cares to listen. I've always emphasized on one particular thing, and I always say, you see this whole sit at home thing, you guys are depriving people of their income. You are depriving people for them to run their business. Some people depend on the money they make in a day to feed their family. And I've always said that one day, the people will rise against this sit-at-home thing. It will get to a point where the people now will have to fight off these whole IPOB people about this whole trying to enforce people to sit at home and all those things. And like someone likely said as well, this is the job of the Anambra or any of the Southeastern governors to impose that nobody has the right to restrict anybody from going to work. If you want to sit at home, sit at home. But allow those people who want to go and make their money to go and make their money and feed their families. This whole thing has to stop. Like the topic said, enough is enough. I tell them here, say, if you guys care so much about Biafra, pack your things and go back home. Go and fight for it. You can't be here making money here every day, and you're in support of people not going to work to feed their families back home. It's not as if you guys are even giving them any money to even feed themselves back home. You don't. But you guys are imposing a compulsion. It's just wrong, man. I mean, honestly, I love this platform. I love these conversations. Let's just keep talking. One day, the people will rise up against this whole, because I call it slavery, man. And one more thing to say. I had a friend who is from Southern Sudan. And when the guy actually explained to me what's going on in Southern Sudan, I was like, wow. Biafrans, we have to understand, we have to start thinking outside the box and understand where this whole thing is actually going to end up. War is never the solution. War is never the answer. I use my mind.
All right, thank you very much. Abuja photographer, are you there? Please, if you
hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Abuja photographer. Please, if you're a speaker and you want to speak, please, it's just raise your hand. We'll call you when it gets to your turn, so we don't interrupt the people speaking. Abuja photographer, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. First, I want to appreciate the audience listening and the host of this space. I'm going to talk about. I have limited time, so in summary, I will talk about the sit at home and also this whole Biafra talk. Now, first, the sit at home. I want to say that as humans first, we need to consider ourselves first as humans before considering ourselves as Nigeria. This sit at home, how is it helping us economically? That is one. Then, two, how is it building us as individuals? Now, take for example, look at what happened during the lockdown. We know how much we lost as humans, as individuals, then as a society. Now, look at the eastern part of Nigeria. These guys are industrious. This part of Nigeria is another producing part of the country that hates development and supports the economy. For example, let me talk about the Onitsha market. We know things that happens that comes in and goes out from that market. Supplying to other parts of Nigeria, not just even Nigeria as a country, other parts of the world. Now, imagine you tell people to sit at home. How are you going to meet their needs? How are people going to meet bills and responsibilities? Imagine others paying school fees. Okay, single mothers, what are you doing? How long are you going to sit at home? Look at the aftermath of the lockdown, where nearby Nigerians were asked to sit at home. How many palliatives come to us as citizens of this country? What did we even get? What did we achieve? At the end of the day, it was all back to poverty, chaos, purge, looting. Now imagine a state asking them to sit at home for how long? It is not fair. As a country, it's not helping. Then as a state, economically, it's not even supporting the system. Therefore, it's even bringing down means of production. Now, that is for the sit-at-home aspect. Now, moving forward to the Biafra separation and the rest. First, I want all of us to see ourselves as humans. Yes, we need each other. We definitely need each other. One cannot live without the other. That is why God created everyone, and that's why we are all working together as a city.
I think her network, we can't hear her anymore, so probably.
I think it's a he. Is that not that guy? It's not a guy.
He or she, but person's network sort of glitched, so move to the
All right,
next.
let's have Ada Idemili. She has been coming on off and on.
Hello, hello, good morning.
Who is speaking?
This is Amaka. Good morning.
Okay, Amaka, before you speak, we were supposed to have Adidemili, but go ahead. Adidemili will come after you. Amaka, go ahead.
Okay, good morning.
Please kindly come back. All right, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Amaka. I'm calling from Port Harcourt, and I'm from Abia State. The last time I was in Omahia, there was this sit at home. Honestly speaking, the whole sit at home, like I'm tired. It puts you in a position where you're very limited with your time, your movement, your goals for the day. Imagine you have a business where you have to go out every day. Because of sit at home, you can't go and open that business. And the sad thing is that the people are scared. People are afraid. Can you hear me? People are scared.
Go ahead, we are listening.
We are listening.
Okay.
We can hear you. 2 minutes, so thank you.
Yes, people are scared. They are afraid because of the sit at home. Everybody is actually trying to hide, and the government is not doing anything about it. So I feel like there is a need for the people to voice these things out because people are crying. Schools are not in. You send your children to school, you're scared. My cousins, they go to school, and then these people come to the school and begin to hit on the gates. Some of them jump into the compound. So the children are not safe. The adults who are working too are not safe, and the government is doing nothing about it. The government is doing nothing about it, and this in no way has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu's release. So there is a need for it to be voiced out. There's a need for us to be heard, and I just hope that the help we need will come and the safety. There's the need for safety because in Omahia and Abia State, there's a place called Gates. You just stay there, broad daylight. You hear gunshots. You see young guys shooting, carrying knives, and nobody's doing anything about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Adidemili, go ahead and make your point. Adidemili, are you still here?
Adidemili is no longer here.
So there is a tweet I just pinned right now.
Good morning.
Hold on, Iroha. And the tweet is saying, responding to Afam, and making it look, he's boldly saying that, I mean, comparing us to what is happening in the northeast. Again, is also what these people do. They always compare us to the worst case scenario, the worst situation. Listen, the East is not same thing with the Northeast. We are closely related. We are closely related. All it needs to fish you out is very simple. From Omona, from Imene to Omona, from Omona to village to town, we are closely related. And when any intruder that is how closely related we are. We know when intruder is in our town. We know when a foreigner is in our town. So all these things, but it's not the same thing with the Northeast, where a single person may give birth to, over 30 people or 20 people, and they married people. They are not the way they are not, deeply related the way we are. So it is different down here. Because they always think about, they will talk about Taliban, how Taliban took over the, what's it called? Is Afghanistan now? How Taliban took over Afghanistan. These are the examples that they will be using. All the references with the worst case scenario. So somehow they think they will become the Taliban. It's not going to work. You don't have the capacity. You can't do it. You don't have the capacity. Southeast is different. We have different. Okay, only Africa is the end. Let's continue the conversation. The next speaker, I want Cornelius, please. Before you, I want Cornelius to speak. Cornelius, if you can hear me, unmute your mic and make a contribution very quick.
Yes.
Please, Cornelius.
Yes.
Speak up.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What I want to say is, I'm not here to maybe say someone is responsible for this and that. So what we all should look at is how it got to this place, that's got to this point. What was the reason for the first sit-at-home order in the first place? So what led to this, that got to this? That's what all of us should be looking at. All I've been seeing here is blame upon blames upon blames. All of us should be able to sit down and talk. Somebody is saying they should send military, all that. They have sent military in the past, it did not work. They have sent military severally, it did not work. The only thing they have not done is sitting down and talk. That's the only thing the government has not done. In 2017, Nnamdi Kanu wanted to sit down and talk. What the government did was to come out with guns and was shooting people. Nnamdi Kanu went to the chiefs. He went to the governors, the senators, to tell them, this is what my people want. Let's do this. He made recommendations. It was on paper. Everybody knows about this. But their reply was, they used the military. They were shooting people. Now, those people that were shot, some people among them are angry. That sitting down has not been done since those times. From 2017 till now, there has not been anything like sitting down and talk. If you continue calling military, the same thing will be happening over and over again. IPOB is always ready to talk. IPOB is always ready. If that's his mission. His mission is to make the government to sit down with him and talk. The government has never, ever made the opportunity for them to be able to talk. They are always sending military, always using force, always doing this. It's not helping matters. It's not everything that is, and they always say they are carrying guns and all that.
Cornelius, can I
Government
ask you
has okay.
You said the people that the military, treated badly, they are angry, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so those are the.
It's obvious now. It's obvious. Yeah. It's not a hidden fact.
Yeah. So those are the people enforcing sit at home, right?
Well, IPOB have not, since the first sit at home they announced. Subsequent
yes
sit at home.
It's not a matter of yes.
No. No.
Okay, no. Okay.
No.
So I want.
So why the conversation then? Why the conversation?
Okay. This is because in I've been listening for like an hour here. On insinuations.
No, you said it's not the IPOB. Afami is asking you, it's not the IPOB.
No, he said, is it the people that are angry? No.
He said, at home.
No, he said, is it the people that are angry? The people that are angry is different from the people that you call the IPOB. They are two different things. You can't mix them together. IPOB is different. The people themselves are different. When military comes,
okay, I want to.
Okay.
Sorry to interject again.
Okay.
I want to understand. This. I want to understand where you're coming from. First,
Okay.
you mentioned that the people the military treated badly in 2017 are angry, right? Where are those people that are angry? Are they the people enforcing sit at home or not?
Well, I cannot say they are, and I cannot say they are not.
Okay,
Because
let me assume you have no idea. So I want to find out our topic here is sit at home. I'm not here to whine about what happened in 2017. I'm not here for us to whine about what happened in 1960. If you want us to start whining, I can go back to the Biafran War and I can give you I can tell you about the program that happened in 1945. If that is what you want us to talk about, that is not what we are here to discuss. We are here to talk about sit at home. Okay, who are the people enforcing the sit at home?
Okay. Now, the sit at home issue, you cannot discuss it without going back to how it all started. If we like, let us continue talking. Sit at home this and sit at home that. You have to go back to why it started, what caused it. So all these sit at home this and that. And the only way this sit at home will end, according to what we have been seeing online, is for government to sit down and talk. That's the only thing government has not done.
Talk with who? You said you don't know the people enforcing sit at home.
No.
So who do you want the government to talk with? I want to understand your point.
There was a sit at home. Okay.
So who do you want the government to talk with? If
Now
you're claiming you don't know the people enforcing sit at home, then who do you want the government to talk to?
Okay. Now, IPOB did sit at home is it Tuesday or so. So for that sit at home is IPOB that is like the forefront of this. They are the people that are in the forefront of this. Those are the people that you have to talk with. They are the people that can say these people to stop this, and they will stop it.
So are you saying IPOB are the people enforcing sit at home? Yes or
no? They have said it.
No, it's not matter of it is a yes or no question.
They are not.
Are you saying
they are not? They only enforced the one on Tuesday.
Hold on.
On court days.
Cornelius, hold on.
They are not. They are not.
So,
they are not.
So why are they are not? So why
no, these are spillovers. These are spillovers.
So who are going to engage the government? Who is supposed to engage the government?
Uche, hold on. What do you explain what you mean by spillover? I want to understand. What do you mean by spillover? Are we not dealing with oil and water and all that? I want to understand.
See, you guys are always just
May I help you, my brother Cornelius?
Yes, help me, please.
No, thank you very much. Excuse me, I want to help Cornelius.
Wait, can
it is not your fault. Allow Cornelius to land.
Yeah.
You have one moment. You said, I'm holding you to your words. You said, you don't know, this is a spillover. Spillover from what and where?
Okay. I'll give you the answer now. Okay. Now, you're talking about the spillover. You and I and everyone in this space knows the advent, the beginning of this sit at home. Everybody know how it started. So we all cannot pretend how sit at home started.
So that is the spillover. Is that the spillover?
Yes, that is how the way it started. What caused the first sit at home? That is what you go back to and address. We can't just come here and be saying, this one did that, this one did that. What was the reason for it? Government doesn't want to speak to anybody. They just come out with army and be shooting all over the place. Military has been burning houses all over the place. You and I know that. People have seen
like
it.
Again, for
So,
the last time,
so
we are not
see,
here to talk about.
we have to discuss it. If you don't discuss it, we are just deceiving ourselves. If we do not speak about it, we are just deceiving ourselves here. We are deceiving ourselves.
I asked you a question.
See, you can't. Okay.
Government is doing that. I ask again, who are the people enforcing sit at home?
See,
we are talking about sit at home.
I'm not an IPOB member.
So why
I do not know those people. So you can't be asking me who are the people that are responsible.
Cornelius, wait, please.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you so much for your inputs.
Can I
hold on, please.
Okay.
Wait. I will give you time. You see, there is a problem here, and each time there was a time that someone was accusing me of, please, can you mute your mic, Cornelius? Yeah, so someone was accusing me of always interrogating people with counter opinion, and I said it to the person. Look, I didn't respond. The truth is that when you are making your point, or especially logic that is not making sense, you are supposed to be interrupted. Especially when we are in a meeting in our legal, when you are talking and you are veering off points, and you order, point of order, and you give direct, then if you don't say then a short order, then you must be in line with the conversation. Now, when people come into a platform like this, where we are having a discussion on a topic, and your point is going tangential or somehow outside the line, then I draw God directing it towards it. In our to the genesis of this problem, the whatever that started it. Then from a west that nature genesis, a man I gave from the program. Then man, if I need discuss with sit at home, and that's where we're supposed to focus on. The same emotional nonsense that I spoke about. All these things, even in sit at home today, you still do not want to say anything. You're still dancing around the question. Then is it that dialogue, that the government needs to dialogue with who? You already mentioned the person that government needs to dialogue, but I'm not majority with who mentioned, because you said that Nandikan has been asking for dialogue. Ajogi, okay, when you mentioned Ajogi, dialogue with who? Why are you scared of talking? Why are you scared of saying your mind? Why are you scared of speaking the truth? Igbo people are known for speaking their truth and damning the consequence. That is what you should do. That Nnamdi Kanu has been asking for dialogue. Then Ajo Kedindi name sit at home. The same you that suggested that non-day mebu Nnamdi Kanu abarebe na abarindoti non from a BA. That is the reason why we have this situation currently. And I just be, I'm not drawing the fact you didn't want to say, all these things. I mean, stop this. We are not in primary school here. We are not in primary school. Okay? So if I may put my audience, it is very, very important. I want you to be dishonest. We will interrogate you. Because I we want somebody who goes to the or the I can't say that. I had by it or so Cornelius, because I know you are the proponent of no election in Anambra State. Get the election at Deboga and then when all those theories and conspiracies, one of the push. Get everybody on now. Now you are talking about the sit at home in support of it, somehow subtle support, or somehow you are observing the people who are enforcing it. And I just question, how do you reconcile that? You are talking to intelligent people about register. We are taking note of it. You are not talking to young people. You are not talking to kids. Okay, Cornelius, I will give you less than 60 seconds to round up, so that I will bring in Son of God, a Son of Man that wanted to help you. So I would like to have your submission in 60 seconds. Then Son of Man will come in. Thank you, Cornelius. Go ahead.
Okay, so in conclusion, what if you want an end to this madness that is happening in the Southeast? We have to sit down and talk. There should be a conversation. Bringing the military and force and all that, we escalate it. That's what has been happening in the past. And that is it. And talking about sit at home, we can't just talk about sit at home when it started. You have to go back to the reason it happened. That's when you will be able to tackle it. Dialogue, no military action. Well, I've spoken.
Thank you so much. Dialogue, no military action. Thank you. Furiosa, kindly take up the mic and make your submission. I would like to have Adi Demila. I've been trying to add you. Each time it gets to your turn, something will happen to your network. Furiosa, you may have the mic now. Oh Lord, network again.
Network.
Adi,
I would have asked Cornelius some questions. He said he keep emphasizing on dialogue.
He will evade it. He will evade it. About you are getting invade there.
You can ask him.
And what a question I joge. And what a question I joge. So no further questions.
I will move. Okay.
Maybe I think son of man. Yeah, son of man.
I think I need to add him so that you come and. Have you added him?
I just added him.
Right.
I don't know if you can hear us. Son of man, are you there?
I can hear you. Hello, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear.
Dr.
Hear us,
To
right?
Biko, you need to go to your mic from that end. Okay, we make clear.
Sorry,
My mic is off. It's off.
Sorry, I just had a call on my phone, so I couldn't hear you were calling me. Thank you very much. Uche and Afam, this is a very rare opportunity to speak on your spaces. There is a car reversing close to me, so I can't control that. Please just bear with me.
Okay, let's manage. Please go ahead.
So, sit at home, being a menace. Myself personally, I hate violence. I don't like violence. I am telling you with every fiber in my soul that I like home. So, mana ewe ka ihe ga-esi gabiga atụọ aka. We are Igbos. We are not trouble people. We know what we want as a people. I am trying to be as quick as possible. I am trying to touch every area that I can touch within this conversation. Our people, I wanted to help Cornelius what he was saying. Our people willingly, we asked for a seat at home for us to express our protest in what is happening in Nigeria. IPOB, which I am proudly part of, who started protesting in the streets of Biafra land. What did we get? We were shot at. And you people, you Uche and every of your proponents, I don't think you condemned it. You watched on and our people were killed. Operation Python dance, everything. And IPOB came up with a very simple civil actions. Our people who will sit at home and rush into what is happening today. People enforcing sit at home, be it IPOB, be it criminals, be it whatever. The truth of the matter today is we are in a place where there is lack of security. There is insecurity in Alibo. When things happen everywhere in the Northeast,
I think his network glitched. Son of man, if you can hear us, please kindly come back. And if you're coming back, please keep your dishonesty, by the side. You can't come here and completely try to be dishonest. This is why I don't
Afam,
like.
this is why I
This is
like the
why I
fact
don't.
that I was one of those who actually defended, so that this guy cannot come up and say, where were you, where were you, or what did you say? You
It
can't
is
do that
always
to me.
yes. It is always it's son of man. Can you hear me? Before you continue, what I will not tolerate is for you to come here and lie against Uche's person. I will not tolerate
what
it
were the lies?
because you can't come here and tell us that during all these years, Uche and myself and a whole bunch of people listening on this space didn't speak up when the military invaded Southeast. That is something. I mean, if you want, you said you hate violence, and I believe you're a truthful person, and I don't expect you to come here and lie. Yeah,
May I continue? May I continue? If I lied, you can tell me that I lied. Not to deviate our discussion. You can tell me not. You can even make a rejoinder and say, no, my brother, here you lied. Are we discussing? Are we having a discussion here?
Listen.
If we are having a conversation, you will give me time. Good.
If you lie,
I respect that.
You will not come to this place and
I
lie.
respect that.
Lie,
so may I tell you
before you proceed, what you said about Uchi is very untrue.
Okay, good.
I'm not saying it because I'm saying because other people are listening, and I just need to say it so that they can hear, and which of course I know they are aware. So continue.
All right. I don't think I have always been on Twitter. I am following you. I am following Uche on Twitter. I don't think your being against IPOB agitation is hidden on the timeline. They are obvious. So, if when everything that has happened to IPOB, if you guys spoke up, I didn't see it. Honestly, I am telling you. That's no. You can say I lied, and I won't stand on it to say you did or you didn't. I want us to have a very honest conversation right here. So let me continue. IPOB have undergone so much injustice in the hands of Nigeria. And we came up with sitting at home. Since we come out, they kill us. Now, we pass our messages to our people, which Dr. Tochi here have confirmed that his parents, they are not forced to sit at home. Biafrans, they willingly want to sit at home. The very first sit at home, being 30th of May sit at home, was highly welcomed by Biafrans. We were not forced to sit at home. You know how Nigeria is. You know how your politicians always find a way to bastardize whatever they see as a tool that will take away food from them. criminals coming to hijack what IPOB is doing. Yesterday, Omoyele Sowore was chased by hoodlums. Every Nnamdi Kanu's court case has had huge amounts of security presence, even in the capital, Abuja. Hoodlums openly attacked Sowore. If that was in Alibo, it is IPOB. Every unknown gunman, whatever that has happened in Alibo, a lot of, let me not call names so that it won't be that you say that I am lying. A lot of your favorite Twitter celebs always come to say they are IPOB. IPOB are the unknown gunmen. IPOB are miscreants. Yet these miscreants have a way of calling, of expressing the will of the people. And yet we don't see it as a choice. We don't see it as important to dialogue, to sit.
Okay, I think we've lost Son of Man again.
We lost him again, and
Afam, I want to ask Fabrice something. Fabrice, if you can hear me, how do you guys deal with denial and with similar? You listen to what is happening right now, and do you guys experience? The Ambazonian fighter, do they always deny responsibilities, or do they own it up themselves that they did this, they did that? Do they deny or do they own it? Hello, Fabrice. Oh no, we lost him again.
I believe he will come back. He will come back.
Yeah, definitely. So Ada Idemili, I wanted Ada Idemili to speak to us because I think she has something to say.
Okay, Fabrice is back. Fabrice, where? Hello, Fabrice. Hello, Fabrice, are you there?
Okay, let's have Ada Idemili then. Ada Idemili, can you hear us?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good
sorry
morning.
about my voice. I've been down since yesterday evening.
So sorry about that.
I've heard everyone talk. Why it's unfortunate now this guy now and he left and he had network issue that he's not online, so I can respond to him in some of these things he's saying. I am stating it again categorically. IPOB is not straightforward. They strive on propaganda. IPOB, I'll keep saying it. They started well. At a time, they deviated. How can you people say you're protecting Southeast? Nunu chov the good for the Igbos. Nunu chov the betterment for the Igbos. Ihunu no ne emebu. Ina cause havoc. They should not come and tell us that Southeast, they are cowards. If they can't stand and accept what the havoc they've caused in Southeast, this sit at home. Do you know that I lost my auntie yesterday? That was one thing to break him down. A diabetic. She went into diabetic coma. Keburepo anasina one private the hospital, the doctor Sibiko Negunatuya Niaputaro. That was it. Yes, yeah. I felt Isibalimu. Listen, a lot is happening in Southeast. There is nothing like when is the dialogue? Oh no, I need it. Call your boys back together. Not back to your drawing board. No, the plans. Look at Southeast. IPOB, you people start.
Hello, Ada, are you there? Oh shit, we lost that again. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hello,
May I
Ada,
continue? My network seems to be stable before it goes off again.
Hold on, son of man, hold on. Someone was speaking before you came back, and hold on. Ada, are you there? Are you back? Ada Demile, are you there? Hello, Ada, are you there? Oh, yeah. Ada, hold on. He's back. The IPOB PRO person or whatever, he's back. So so go ahead. We are listening. Go ahead.
Afam, if I call you what you are not, you will say I'm lying.
You said you're an IPOB member and you're proud.
Yes.
Are you not?
Did I tell you that I'm a PRO?
If you're not a PRO, what are you doing then?
I told you I'm an IPOB member. I never said I'm a PRO.
If you're not a PRO,
why are you ascribing?
What are you doing?
Is this how you do, Afam?
No, you said you're an IPOB member. I said
yes.
This is no problem. You are here defending. What are you? PRO. It is what you.
I never told you. I never told you I am a PRO.
Okay,
I am a member.
You're not an IPOB PRO. Sorry, IPOB spokesman. Does that
son of man, can you just stop this blackmail?
No,
please go ahead and make your point. Stop the blackmailing, Okiseme. That kind of talk is not permissible here. Let's focus on what we are talking about. You have been given mic to make your point and say it the way it should be said. Do not lie, do not exaggerate, do not say things that are not real. You're talking to people who have, their own mind. You're not talking to heads who will just sink or swallow anything you throw at them. You first of all said that I have been keeping quiet. I've never been, AFAM has been against. And one of the, major ridicule subject they used to ridicule myself and AFAM is the fact that we used to support IPOB and we used to support whatever they're against the federal government. And I always said that I will always continue to do that because I cannot support the military, especially against anybody in Nigeria, knowing their record. And that's why AFAM is insisting that there should not be Python dance or whatever. But here you are accusing us again. I remember to the build up to the election when a lot of people were openly mocking us on TL because they felt that we gave you guys a voice, we gave you guys legitimacy. There's nothing they didn't say that we did. That's what they were accusing us of. And here you are saying that we never said anything. I mean, if you check my timelines all till 2014, I'm sure you don't even, you are never even part of all this. And I have been a very strong voice for Biafra. Started from myself. I've always been proactive. So check, I have evidence. I have very concrete evidence to that. You can't come here and say what you don't know. Since 2014, where were you then? Where were you? What have you done for the Biafra movement agitation? You have not even done anything close to what I've done, openly or secret. But here you are making your point, opening mouth. But this is what we are talking about, sit at home. That's what we are focusing on, not attacking my decision. If I choose not to support IPOB, it shouldn't be your business. I mustn't support them, all right? So let's focus on this thing and stop attacking anybody because whoever you direct whatever you're saying to, the person will reserve the right to respond however the person likes, okay? So if you're going to come on here, you must address the issue independently. Do not attach anybody to that. Thank you. Off I'm going.
No, he's if he says he's not doing the job of an you said you are proudly IPOB, of course you're speaking for IPOB, so that I don't know what else to call you. So well, you said you didn't want to mention your favorite Twitter. My brother, mention my name. Don't be a coward, Don't be running out. Mention my name. If you want to talk to us or talk to me directly. Stop going through the corners, and I will. If I want to talk to you too, I'll talk to you and I will go through the corners. You have to go, if you're speaking for IPOB, you come and speak on behalf of IPOB. So that makes you an IPOB PRO. You understand? Whether you like it or not. You understand? So thank you. I don't know if you want to continue. Son of Man, Mike Yan and Yesu,
Okay.
Network Yan and Yesu.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
okay, yeah.
If IPOB wants the betterment of Ndibo, they should come and make plans, waiting ideas for development of Southeast. Not bringing ideas of, look at what Fabrice told us, the guy from Southern Cameroon. Now they are seeking for this in dialogue with the Cameroonian government. But IPOB will not send that message to their sympathizers in the Southeast. No. The Cameroonian and the Southern Cameroonian have to go this part IPOB which copy from them. IPOB don't want to see the effect on you, and they want to stop it. Come home. Nathan, with any guy who was in abroad, let's build Southeast. We have potential. We have young people that are willing to. And on the other time, I used to follow Uche. Free on Basalu Tech, na Southeast. These are the things. The world is changing. This is 2022. You can't make a shop big man. No, the world is going technology, tech canon. The world is speaking another language. Let's follow the world and move the way everywhere. We call ourselves that we like development. IPOB, bunye people. Sino can protect this forest. They went into the forest and turned into something else. Look at what happened at Ekulobia. These are Okada men. These are people's businesses. I went to East. And when projects in a hand, I went there last week. Agudi. Unubute problem. Tukwasa. Don't worry. Akwifo. One day, one day, listen, violence will never ever give you anything. Go and read. Professor Ama told us about Israel. And this same Israel is what IPOB is trying to copy. No, Israel stood and built their country. You dare not come to them now. You cannot come and say you want to fight them. They came together and built Israel in a night. Let's come together and develop Southeast. Stop encouraging people to go out and attack people. Now, Nunu declare sit at home. Mother, put it there children. Any day they don't come out, they don't eat.
Network. I think network has come again. I didn't really. They go back and come again. We have another Ada.
Good morning, everyone.
Don't say I not. I grant you.
Hey, I think I will speak more in Igbo today because as you on East and I'm not happy. At all. First of all, I don't know why I call the reality here, because I won't be online and that's one place Hannah did very bad. There are some extent that propaganda will take you to, and it will fail you. In this case, IPOB have taken propaganda to the whole next level that they don't even admit that they are wrong. We that in the East are seeing what is happening. For still yet, when you talk, they will tell you no, that's Oburi and Amen. Oh, you put a sinner, so see IPOB shop, can you maybe? How when we kill me, Yagana say, a private barona. That's the backward mentality. Like, what about men or one in it? What about on them? One would have thought that, okay, we're going to get our support to her. Let's take, for example, that I am since the Abuti and Alibo. Who will support you guys? What again issue do you have to offer to the world for Christ's sake? Can you know when support even when you were running regional government, it was difficult for them to support you. Because they don't just support you out of morality, no. On will you gain her support or have something they will gain? What will you offer them that you will gain? On will you gain benefit before her support of you? You have no hash up, car, and can they give bunia? Your brothers in South, I'm not talking about other tribes, but none of them are supporting you. Naga, if I say I came in a hard agasaba, Mobagana River Secretary, a put to this at home. Came in a hard agaba. I need to continue on the Southeast, I can to Cosia. I may say Bru Diego, Gabin Dina Brondon on the Southeast. My ain't Bufundi wa. Southeast will not bear the brunt of the whole thing. For meanwhile, if you talk, they will tell you no. You will see people getting attacked in the name of IPOB and you appear with video and everything. People are not staying indoors because they want to stay indoors. No. They're staying because of fear. Because I wouldn't like to go out tomorrow. Any of my siblings or my parents, EMF and whatsoever. So I can put my hand on my yard, no. I ain't chat about the alpha. Essential workers cannot come out. But when you tell them, they'll tell you no that you're lying. It's not lie. Go to Southeast and listen to people at the rural areas, even in the cities, because these things are happening everywhere. Listen to them talk, for Christ's sake. Utopia sige, oh, you are a saboteur. You don't like Biafra. Who told you that we don't like Biafra? Biafra will come when the IPOB tells no. It will surely come at the right time. And it will not come through them. They will be here. And before they will go, there will always be Biafra. That's one thing. Before them, Biafra was here. After them, Biafra will be here. Okay, now everybody will go sit at home. 1 week. Don't hear me how to this 1 week sit at home. Remember, it is happening before. Okay, now they can't wait to call to new ones. So what happened for the throughout the whole week? They just granted everything. And they never asked themselves question, why is it going this way? We keep talking about how our region lacks infrastructure. That's we do. And I tell people of the marginalizations of Njenje, what I'm telling them is that I am more infrastructure than you. Both state and federal, I am more. But on Nigeria, come on, the little things and what other zones I had in it. But I have a bomb, but I elect a leader that will represent us. I keep fighting. I don't know how you want to solve this issue if you won't take up the leadership position. I don't know who taught them this. You're not in the circle. You're not in any decision-making table. What are you up on? You're just outside fighting. And even if Biafra comes and they want to grant us referendum, for example, now, how will you do it? People that you don't even like, who has been in the government for how many years, that have been fighting you, will hijack it. Do they even know that they can manipulate results? I'm not manipulating results. I don't think this one. Just what they want is destroy an ego, tell people this is what we'll be passing through, so that people will be sympathetic. Who told you that? Going into leadership positions, remember? Or you kind of now, actually, you think you give them examples, they tell you the Nigeria you are in. In that reason, or in that case, we shouldn't even do anything at all. Just fold our hands and continue looking. It's a serious issue and it's a menace. And I'm very disappointed that in myself that I supported them because I don't think I used to support them. I have some friends on Twitter that knew me back then that whenever they chat me up, they keep laughing to me now that they warned me. I'll be like, what's really happening? Like I can say this today, they decided to treat their fuck up because if they decided to treat them, they won't be doing this rubbish. I want to remind them what they've been doing in low people before we decided to remember them. And I'm not seeing them behaving that way. Of course, a lot of our brothers died there, but they were the cause. It was a peaceful place. I spent most of my time down there. I've been there. I know how the place is. And all of a sudden, decided to hide their stupidity there. And what happened? This is glaring to everybody to see. It's not just that I'm saying or I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm not going to problem about the guy. Actually, they protest there by self. But these days, there's even movement there. But before any lockdown, no people surrounding our lock up. But what's happening now? And back then, I remember telling them, take carefully. They didn't know below, but they felt, even as I said, time self supporting them, you ask me, I was telling my lockdown as I was so no. And I keep asking them, what's happened? Because you can't carry violence to these guys. You keep threatening them, they must do this one. How I feel you know. They're just doing this way because the Southeast governors or leaders say give a fancy. Because the time will come, now you see them start doing hashtag. Our people are doing this, our people are doing that. But we want them. Go look at all this now in distributed area. Once it is put down, get on where's in the neighbor. And never how you are saying no, you are just lying against us. Of course, we know how Southeast is and how the Nigerian government. You don't give them the opportunity to always come and keep hurting us. This is what I want them to understand. So because the federal government have been hurting us through the military and whatever, we don't give them more opportunity. Who does the best thing they should be doing is to even be preventing. But they don't see it this way. They just want to destroy Alibo. How destroy is that pattern media saying, hey, Alibo is destroyed. I told you people. But they're part of it. And they put among these are go useless now. So okay, next month now they can court. They will not declare it at home again. I want to tell them now, and I'm categorically telling them that people are sitting at home in Southeast is not because they want to sleep. No, everybody is afraid. And this is where I blame our governors. Everybody is afraid. Because when maximum security, people will come out. People are tired of staying at home. You can't continue this way. Not when you have Buhari. You know Buhari, you know he's antecedent. Actually, I'm an organization saying how my year they project look at pros and cons to know how things are. But no. And someone will tell me, let's continue sit at home. Buhari will be and they can. Isn't it funny? And when you listen to them say this rubbish, now I wonder. Why are you release again and they can? Because you will not do anything, you just talk. When you're going to game, if you like tag Israel, tag America, tag Trump, tag Biden, nobody will not come and listen to you. This is the reality. You must find a way to work around it. And I'll have an upper hand. That's knowing what you see, man. You don't live in your bubble. When people call you and tell you you're making mistakes, you listen back and listen. Okay, say me. But in the IPOB case, they'll keep denying, asking out propaganda. If you live, you're enemy of an Igbo land, or how many of them have investments here? Akachan innocent and deal to Hangoli na Igbo. In South Africa, more Kenya, but now one day by year game, you support the destruction of this place. The little we don't have, and I destroy it. Then that's why if I wasn't Canadian, most of them don't come again. Do you want to tell me that someone from Edo State, for example, or someone from Delta will wait for you for 1 whole week? If they take action on it, when Lagos is nearby, or by a motor guy, you go to Kuyon, you go to Bata. But no, we don't look at that time. I had another angle, and Yamabona, want to get Biafra. Biafra is here, I don't support it. If it's the way IPOB is going, I want to get Biafra. I stand on the guard and cause it. Don't come through them. Because we won't even achieve anything.
Thank you very much, Ada. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. What's one thing about IPOB more I like it's what if you finally take responsibility for. And what of also the calling and father responsibility abroad they don't take responsibility for anything. Anyway, thank you very much for that wonderful submission. I am with other people. I was hoping Fabrice would come back. I don't know if some of you heard Fabrice from Southern Cameroon, when he was here. He shared his experience and told us how things started and how things are going in Southern Cameroon. So I'll probably see if I can bring him back so that he will come and share, how things are going in Southern Cameroon. Because the thing happening in Southern Cameroon actually started like this. You understand? If any men are Southern Cameroon, it's what goes we do. It's we do not buy any goes we do in Southern Cameroon. We are the fan of it. If I can myself, I'm going to really they have access to sea and all that. I am welcome kind of. I never then usually no. And they make and they are borrow 1 week. But it's all good anyway. It's all good. So you know, I enjoy also the Popo. Only kids, you've been here. Only kids, good morning. Hello, only kids in here.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I've been listening to everybody. Please permit me. I'm a bit downcast this morning because of what I've been hearing. You know, reports I've been receiving, news I've also been reading about happenings in the Southeast. And if somebody amongst us here now who is listening or also speaking says that what's happening in the Southeast is a good thing, then I'd say this directly to that person. You are the original saboteur. You're sabotaging the life, the welfare, the destiny of your own people. I tweeted something yesterday I wasn't emotional, but I was trying to be cerebral. And I said, if IPOB says that they are not guilty of what's happening in the Southeast, then they should come out hard. Let's see you come out hard and defend the innocent. Let's see you come out hard against the same people you say, okay, you said you are not the one that declared the sit-at-home order, that it's a government propaganda. But let's be fair. You declared it first. And one of you was talking about spillover. Whether it was a spillover you didn't plan for, take responsibility for it. That it was as a result of your action, your earlier decision, that has, using your words, spilled over. And now it is causing so much pain and sorrow to your own people, the same people you keep saying that you are fighting for. I keep asking this question. What's the difference between you and the people you are fighting if you still use the same violence on your own people? Listen, for me, like, I think myself, I had a different opinion, or actually a counter opinion against Afam and Uche when they were talking about ESN. When ESN came and, during the days when kidnapping was rife in the Southeast, and Nnamdi Kanu said he set up ESN to defend the territorial, our Southeastern geography. That was what ESN was set up for. I would still beat my chest and I said to myself, yes, I supported that move because I felt, these guys have abandoned us. The government had abandoned us, so we need to defend ourselves because people were dying. I still remember saying, yes, I back it. I told myself, see, self-defense is a right, is a human right. That's self-defense. But right now, what's happening? This is oppression. Internal oppression. In case they don't know the difference. If you're defending yourself from external aggression, it's a different conversation. But right now, you are using the same instrument of violence on your own people. Your very own people, the people you say you are defending. So you are using the instrument of violence and fear on your people. You say people are willingly sitting at home. It's not true. They are afraid. You have succeeded. You have succeeded in turning around the perception of people about you. If you want to blame the government, I'll still blame you because you played into the hands of the government. You say it's propaganda, but you are still playing into their hands. It still goes back to the fact that, hey, one, you need to take responsibility that this your strategy of sitting at home, at a point in time it was symbolic, but right now it is non-effective. In fact, it has become retrogressive and destructive. It was your original idea. So if you are saying someone has hijacked your idea and started using it, as propaganda against you, what do? First, you take responsibility that yes, it was initially our idea, but now we are disowning it and we are coming out to say it is not of us, and we will go against anybody who forces people to sit at home. I think I remember one of them saying here that they enforce a particular day and they don't enforce another day. And I'm like, this is half truth. It's either you are enforcing or you are not enforcing. Then who is enforcing? You are causing damage, irreparable damage, not just on the physical plane, but on the psychological plane. You are affecting the minds of people. The perception of people now to you, of you, is now eroding. You are no longer enjoying goodwill. And if you come out now and say you don't even care about the goodwill of your people, then you have become a monster. Because if you say you do not care what people think, especially your people, then you are no longer what you said you were. You have changed. You have become something else. And trust me, do not take the silence and the quietness of the people for foolishness. The same way you enjoyed goodwill when, I keep saying it, I am an ardent.
Hello, Onyekita, are you there? Let's walk again. Hello, are you there, Onyekita? Oh, network yanked him off. Okay. Nebem Chukwu, good morning.
Good morning, all.
Yes, good morning. Hold on. Before you go ahead, I think Onyekita is back, so let him round up. Onyekita, are you there? I think he's not back. So Nebem, go ahead and speak. Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I just want to say something about the at home. I was born in the north. I grew up in the north. My sister in the north. Though I might come home like every now and then. The man might be no steady. This thing anime, sit at home, image here. They affect Buhari one bit. Like that man does not give an F. Now here and not now. Like some big some big towns, big markets. No matter what happen, born you well to come close market for north. Say you can fight for your rights. They no born you well. Like I state governor said, they no born and well to come close a many big market now north. Say you fight for your rights. Who are you? So this thing ndani habiatata. It must not sit at home. Now us go suffer last. Now us go suffer last. And this man, Kano, now na news. And I watch the man caught hearing. He was wearing a Fendi, up and down, Fendi. And I googled the price. I was shocked. Now, on Alpha, imagine was in Alpha. On Navy, Aqua. On Aiwa, Aqua, and Alpha made clothes also. The man wore a Fendi clothes and the Gucci slippers. Fendi clothes and Gucci slippers. So now, Alpha made clothes,
Hello? Hello, we can hear you, Nebem. If you can round up. I think Nebem, you seem a bit distracted.
Can you hear me now?
But yeah, Onyekiti, we can hear you. But Nebem, personally, what we're talking about here, Nebem, if you can hear me, what we're talking about here is sit at home. I don't care if Nnamdi Kanu wears Abba or if he wears if he decides to wear Gucci or whatever. That is personal. That is his personal. That is business. That I'm not. But it's not what I'm not here to. We're not here to talk about what he's wearing and all that. For me, it's just totally out of what we're talking about. Onyenkiti, please, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I think it's the network. But anyway, I'll just try and round up quickly so that other people can just, join in. But the truth of the matter is, right now, I'm pained. I'm hurt. I feel so broken. No, can you please attend to her? I feel so broken and so taken aback that the actions of these people on our people is becoming too costly. Now, I will say this to every IPOB member out there. Listen, don't become the villain of your own struggle, of your own story. Do not become the villain. You are supposed to be a hero, right? Then follow the path of honor. The path of honor means that you take responsibility for your actions, both good and bad. When you make mistakes, own it. When you choose a strategy and you put it out there and it's no longer working, it's becoming ineffective and it's becoming dangerous, pull back and say, hey, we made a mistake. Don't keep putting out this air of indifference or this air of arrogance that you cannot make mistakes or you cannot be wrong. You are human and you are being marshaled by humans. So why not own your mistakes, take responsibility for your actions, go back to the drawing board, re-strategize, come out again. But in doing so, at this point in time, what I expect every responsible IPOB member to be doing is defend the innocent. Defend the innocent. Because right now, if you are claiming that it is unknown government that is doing this, it is government and all that, me personally, I want to see you defend the innocent. I watched a video of a masked man who seized the Okada of a teenager, a young man. The way he was walking away, I felt so bad. And I'm saying to myself, whether this is IPOB or non-government or whoever, IPOB, you have a responsibility because you are the forefront. You are the one that started this. So finish what you started. Don't come at me and tell me, where have I been? It's not my business. You are the one that said you are a freedom fighter, that you are going to fight for your people. See, the path of the hero is a very lonely one. It's a painful one too. So if you say you want to be the hero of our people, then you better understand what it entails. So it means there will be times where you will have to cower down and serve the people against or to your detriment. And right now is that time. Because right now, before the eyes of millions around the world, you are becoming what you said you are not. So your actions in the following days, in the next coming days now, will determine whether truly IPOB is a villainous organization or a hero's organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Onyekiti, for that wonderful submission. I know there are lots of IPOB members here, and I'm very sure they are listening. So, you understand? If you people are saying you want to take over leadership, you have to listen to feedback of Ifende Madineku, whether you like it or not. You know, you have to learn to take responsibility and take feedback. This, which is your biggest problem. You don't take feedback, you don't take responsibility for anything. So I don't know how, I mean, but anyway, can you other people, Rita, you've been here for a while. Are you ready to speak, Rita? Hello, Rita, are you there? Okay, Rita is not ready to speak. Ugochi, are you there? Good morning.
I'm ready to speak. Sorry, my mic was on mute and I didn't.
Okay.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'll make this quick, yes, because I have 2 minutes to the time and I'm at work. So I'm looking at, I've been listening for a long time, for an hour, and I'm grateful for everyone who is here, including those who are IPOB supporters. I have friends who are on this relentless journey and battle for Nnamdi Kanu and all. My name is Loretta. I'm based in Abuja. I'm from Abia State. So we've been at the forefront of it all. I have my grandma in the East. Some of my aunties are in the East too. Same Abia State. And recently my big sis, who is an architect who has a project in the East, encountered the whole sit at home thingy and how it affected her building business. It wasn't a good one. There were consequences to everything, and it was a terrible thing. Now, the fact that people want to pretend or act like this cause is not going to be detrimental or damaging to the people of the East is what I find very appalling. I've been someone who knows that nothing built on hate can stand. Nothing built, if you check your history back to back to back, any cause or any movement that was built up from hate and tries to be established from the same hate never ever succeeds and doesn't go far. We can take the pioneer of this whole movement, the IPOB movement, Masob movement, which is the late Ojukwu, and we could see everything, he tried to do, the Aburi Accord, everything. If we take it back, we could hear him, or we could go back to his interview where he said he regrets his actions, and he could see why, the whole thing couldn't succeed because it was built on the wrong foundation. Our people are going through a lot with this whole sit at home every Monday or every Tuesday crisis. I will call it crisis because that is what it is. A lot of people in the East don't even know what is happening to the rest of us in the North and spread out of Nigeria. They feel we have it good. They feel like we're having it, our best lives here. They feel we don't have worries and concerns. You sit in the East and you think the people in the North or South, wherever you think they have it best, and you want to fight an agenda. You're still raising an agenda that affects your own people. I don't see the profitability. I don't see. We want our nations, or sorry, our states to succeed. We are not even close to Lagos. Aba has potentials that, in fact, more potentials than Lagos, but yet we have chosen to do it upside down. I feel the best way people can call this menace is first by taking the face of our legislators. Let's do the right things at the right time. Let us start from the underground, the foundations of it all. Let's go back to our basic leaders in the East, the people in your legislative house, the Senate, every one of them.
I think we lost Rita. Her network seems like a drama, so we'll move over to the next person. There was something Rita said about Fabrice. Are you there? Are you back? Fabrice, I can't see your request. Hello, Fabrice. If you can hear me, please kindly send a request. Fabrice is from Southern Cameroon. we've had him for hello, Iro, are you there? Edichene, are you there? Edichene.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead and speak. Sorry, you've been here for a while.
Okay, I've listened to what I've been saying, and like I've always said on this space every time we get this conversation, I think that is going to be my mantra going forward, that we cannot use the same mindset that created a problem to solve the same problem, right? We're angry, I'm angry, everybody's angry, right? So, but we need to stop being angry. I know this is emotional, but yes, it's time we stop being angry and then change. Somebody said something very that struck me yesterday, that Nnamdi Kanu, history will remember him, no matter how this thing plays out. So Nnamdi Kanu is no longer the problem. History will remember him. We have to work. We learn from the worker that owns cows. This guys, no matter the name they are called.
We can't hear you. I'm sure we can't hear you. We can't hear you. The network is, I don't know.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. So I started by saying that, we cannot, I've said it before, so I'm going to be repeating it, that we cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. We are all angry. We are all angry from even the people who supported the ESN. I never did. That wasn't an option. IPOB have shown that they are not accountable to anybody, the elders of the land, to anybody. So we cannot be angry for those who supported them initially, for those who supported the ESN, for everybody. We are angry at the turnout. This was going to be the turnout, right? And we are at this stage now. So we're going to move away from being angry. We're going to move away from that emotion, because everybody's angry. Everybody's angry. We're going to depart from that emotion and then change our tactics. Now, I also, we should stop complaining about Nnamdi Kanu. He's going to be remembered in history. History will remember Nnamdi Kanu, no matter how this thing turns out. Whether he gets what he's fighting for or not, history will remember him, just as history will remember Ojukwu, just as history will remember everybody who have ever stood up for their people. Now, going forward, I said this last time, I'm saying it again. Going forward, we need to take away some of the ideologies that the IPOB people already have now, that have already propagated. We need to take it away from them. One is the next anniversary that is coming up. Let's own the Biafra war anniversary. Let's own it, starting from the local, from the state government. The people in the House of Assembly should move a motion for that day to be a memorial day, for that day to be a public holiday. Being a public holiday, the Ohanes and Igbo should mark it. There should be events in various states. Let us take it, because now on that day there's going to be another sit at home, and people are going to sit at home. The IPOB people are going to control the narrative. But if you can take out that day, from their grip, own it. Let's flavor them. Any of our talk, let them hold concert. Let's have public gathering on that day. Let us celebrate our people. Let us celebrate the people who died, who stood up for us. Let us even celebrate in the camp. Let us celebrate. Let it be a day of celebration rather than a day of sitting at home. If you can take away that day from them, if you can take away that day from the IPOB people, then we can start re-engineering whatever mindset we have about this whole movement, because it has gone beyond just us being angry. We need to re-engineer how our people think. So, and then and it's by taking away narratives from them. People are talking about education. We need to educate right, not just educative, because we're talking about the Okada people. And then to see that these things, I don't try to bring in government again. To see that the government are also benefiting from this menace is that today, I went to work this morning. The police are already out. They are extorting our people on the roads. They are out. There was no police yesterday anywhere in Enugu. There was no police day before yesterday. There was no police on Monday. But on Thursday, police is already out and they are collecting money from Keke and all these people. So the government doesn't care. Not Buhari. We're going far. I'm talking about Buruburu doesn't care. Buruburu has locked up himself for more than 8 months in the government house. The most secure place in Enugu is the 3-arm zone. But there are perimeter fences around the 3-arm zones. Buruburu is inside his house. He doesn't care. So the political architecture also supports this, because on the days they declare sit at home, they go in. After they sit at home, they come out and they start from where they stopped. So we need to start tackling this problem. We need to we'll take out one and we'll tackle it. I've talked about narrative. I don't know, there are other ways we can change the narrative. People have talked about the newspaper stand and all that. Why? What is the job of the DSS? The DSS there have been a propaganda that the killing is by the DSS. What are they doing? How are they countering the propaganda? Now we know, everybody knows. Okay, the people who shot the man at Ubwaka, that killed 12 cows at Ubwaka yesterday, they came down from their bus. They entered the bike. A bike carried them. That a bike man is known in Ubwaka. That bike man took them to wherever they are in Ubwaka. They are our people. The people who are killing these people are our people. So why are we not strategically picking out Oyisinde Okada, Oyisinde Keke? You pick them up, you give them some money. There are things you do to them because this is now a class war. You give them some money, make them comfortable. Their kids are in school. You start from their kids. You pick up their kids and give their kids the money. Say, go home and talk to your father. Then when you are talking to the father, you tell the father, your kids is in this school. Your kids are in this school. And we can take out your kids as you people are taking out other people's kids. And then what do you want?
Okay, round up. Oh, thank you.
Sorry. So we can pick out this strategically. We can start influencing. Give them money. These Okada people, pick out their heads. Give them money, and they will give you the information you need. If it doesn't end there, let's start taking out the Town Union presidents. We have people. We have structures. We can infiltrate this, but DSS are not doing anything. People are dying, for Christ's sake. And we need to stop being angry about it. We need to start thinking, how do we come out of it? 2 things, let's grab a narrative. Let's find one that we can hold and own it and push it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. Iro and Dr. Tu, I know you have your hand up and dim, but why there's somebody in our midst, for those that weren't here when you spoke earlier, Fabrice is from Southern Cameroon. Fabrice, I don't know if you're ready to speak. I will allow Fabrice.
Please, can you give me 1 minute so I can get to work? Just 1 minute.
Oh, please. Okay, go ahead.
Because I just want to address something. I spoke here earlier, and somebody but on my inbox. Baby, I just want to say that now, there are people whom you don't bite their ear, and I'm actually one of them. Having said that, I'm just saying this so that I think the person might be here because I've already deleted his message and even blocked him. I just want to say it so that he can be able to know and also to be aware that now coming to my inbox is not going to change whatever point or whatever thing I have for IPOB. I've never been in support, and I will never be in support, because IPOB is a good thing, but let us use that arsenal to campaign for the betterment of Igbo land. Let's not use IPOB to actually, you use it to like like police your people and make them scared and try to intimidate them and all that, burning their businesses and everything out. I just want to come up here so as to be able to say it again and again, so that the people that doesn't like whatever I say about IPOB can probably go and hug a transformer. But please, let's know IDIOTS come into my inbox again and come and tell me shit. I have my opinion to whatever I'm going to say, and I'm going to say it without fear of anybody. I repeat, fear of anybody. So, Biko, I just want to make that one clear. Hello.
All right, thank you very much. This is how some of these miscreants go around, invading people's DM and dumping all sorts of messages. I can relate to what Dr. Tochukwu is saying, because during the whole Anambra election drama, sorry,
sir. I also want to say, like the last speaker said, trying to say history will remember Nnamdi Kanu. Remember him for what exactly? Secondly, please, Biko, don't compare Ojukwu and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There is a place where you draw the line. Don't ever compare Ojukwu, what he has achieved or what he achieved, to Nnamdi Kanu. A time will come, I said this earlier, I said, a time will come when people will pick up arms and go against this whole, what's the right word to use? We'll go against this whole trying to oppress people just to believe or to align with your own thoughts and all that. A time will come when Bobiko, let nobody compare Ojukwu and the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, please.
All right, Dr. Thank you for that. Fabrice, I don't know if you're ready to speak. Fabrice is from Southern Cameroon, and the whole everything happening in Southern Cameroon started like just like what we have in the Southeast right now. So Fabrice is from Southern Cameroon, so I'll allow Fabrice to speak so he can share his own points and how things are happening, how it is going in Southern Cameroon, how it started. Maybe just maybe a brief history for those that are still very sympathetic to this whole nonsense sit at home. Fabrice, I don't know if you're ready to speak.
Yes, I'm there and I'm available.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear brother. I remember that in the space of the guys of Ethiopia, we said we have to put this straight in our continent, because even Sudan, South Sudan, that break away, there is no peace for all the people. They gave hope and told them that it's going to be a land of milk and honey. Right now, they are still holding spaces and giving us testimonies. So I learned a lot, and I want to thank you and the Uche for bringing this space. As most of you know, and some people may want to know, Southern Cameroon had always been an integral part of Nigeria till their reunification with the French part of Cameroon. And that bond had existed throughout history from that 1961 till now. There are a lot of Southern Cameroonians that share family with Nigerians, especially the neighboring states of Adamawa, of Taraba, of Cross River, of Akwa Ibom, and even some other Igbo states. And we had suffered domination, marginalization, subjugation. I can say the English-speaking people in Cameroon, called the Southern Cameroonians, had lived in Cameroon like second-class citizens, where when you go to the major towns like Yaoundé, Douala, Bafoussam, Ngaroua, you are being called Le Bamenda. Like, that's like a slogan, like people who are second-class citizens. And that had gathered anger in people's mind throughout political history. It has always been petition, non-violent manifestation, peaceful protests. Yes, those kind of actions. Right up to 2016, when teachers and lawyers said, no, this is getting out of hand. We need to form a civil society organization to fight this. So the teachers, lawyers, trade union came together and formed a consortium that organized a protest, a mass protest in Bamenda and all the other parts. This protest was being mated by force from Yaoundé security officers, and there was question of return to the original system that Cameroon had, which was Federal Republic from the unification arrangement of 1961. And this arrangement, the government of Yaoundé refused that they are not going to dispute about a form of state. It must be unitary. It's going to remain the way it is. And at that time, when the leaders got angry, those in the diaspora joined with those at home, and they decided to declare that they are going to break away the state of the Southern Cameroon to form what they call Ambazonia. And some of us who were already into political parties and maybe grassroots politics said that let's give it some time with the peaceful manifestations. Let's hold on first before we understand, before we go into that declaration, because it might lead to armed conflict. So it already break the society to those who were against armed conflict and those who were for armed conflict. And since those who were for armed conflict dominated those who were not for armed conflict at that time, because everybody was angry, the sentiments were high. It was so high. Like everybody was sympathetic because it was a long history of domination for more than 4 decades. That's about 40 years plus of domination. So everyone was for it. Like it was about 80% of the population of these two regions that came out to protest. And when these guys took up arms, their propaganda was that they will fight the Yaoundé gendarme, army, the police, and everything for just, let's say, 6 months, 1 year maximum. UN is going to organize referendum and self-determination. There will be another referendum or a plebiscite again in Cameroon for us to decide our destiny. And it did not come anytime soon. It did not come anytime soon from 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And between 2017 to 2018, the conflict was so violent because that time different groups came up. And the Ambazonia Defense Forces, Southern Cameroon Liberation Council, Southern Cameroon Defense Force, Red Dragon, and so many other groups that came up. And it generated the 60,000 plus refugees that we always appreciate in Nigeria, neighboring states, for the care they are giving to these people. They went there because many homes were burnt, more than 100 villages were burnt. And the crisis at that period generated more than 2,000 deaths, which were immediate, and internally displaced persons. So as time was going on, the narrative of the crisis changed when a dialogue was organized in Yaoundé, and before the dialogue, the interim government leaders were extradited from Nigeria to Cameroon and put in prison. And the sentiments were high again. And so the international community, the national community of Cameroon decided that, okay, there should be dialogue. Everyone was talking of dialogue. So the government organized a dialogue, but they invited some separatist leaders and did not invite others. And everyone was saying that the most important of these leaders are those in prison and not actually those in the diaspora, because those in the diaspora are not living the reality. But those in the diaspora are actually the one controlling and managing everything on ground. And since those in prison were not called upon, the dialogue was described as many as monologue or something that could never work, and its resolution will not be binding. They are not going to respect it. So after the dialogue, the narrative of the crisis changed, and all the governing council leaders, the interim government leaders, and so on and so forth, started now to like those who were working in Cameroon Development Corporation, CDC, if you were caught on the day of Ghost Town, the day that they say stay at home, they cut your fingers. If you were caught opening your shop on that day, they are going to burn the shop, or you will pay reparations for opening it, or they will kidnap you, you pay ransom, or sometimes they kill. And then those kind of actions of human rights violation kept increasing. And as it was increasing, the argument for separatism is dying too among the population. And the people are beginning to give credence to government measures that are being taken to counter the actions of the separatists. And it was now making the people who were like the middle voices of the crisis to say, yes, this is why we said to give guns to people is easy, but to take it is difficult. And now like this, the people are no more fighting war of freedom, but they are now fighting their own people. The three measures that is really making the population to be angry is that of locking schools, saying that children should not go to school, because there are children in the English-speaking region of Cameroon that since 2017 till date have never gone to school. Most of the children became child soldiers, especially the young boys of 15, 16, 17. They are in the bushes. And the young girls became victims of rape, victims of sexual assault, victims of human trafficking, and so on. And some of them, crime wave, moral decadence, loss of culture, a lot of things went wrong. And this issue of school is what the United Nations had rebuked and say it will make them to be described as terrorist organization. Even if the government tax them like that, it will make the international community not to deny or argue with the government if they boycott school, because school is one of the inalienable rights of every child and every society. So the boycott of school is one of those factors that is against their actions. The second is the ghost towns, like they stay at home. The stay at home had affected businesses, affected a lot of people, and a lot of deaths have been recorded on this particular day of stay at home, because people who maybe have emergency at home, like a woman that want to deliver a child, or some kind of emergencies, and want to go for maybe medical care or some kind of emergency, they are being targeted and killed. And people had condemned that. Not only that, recently, between 2021, what we have been seeing now is like kidnapping for ransom, and some other people go and fake accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and so on, and then they call political leaders and threaten them, ask them for money. If not, they are going to burn their homes, and some actually do that. So there is general chaos and uncertainty. There is the approaching future is bleak. No one knows where it is. So because of the school boycott, the ghost town, and the kidnapping, government of Yaoundé of Yaoundé is using it now to argue to sympathizers, partners of Cameroon and the population, civilian population, that this is why we said these guys are not serious. Look at people who are fighting for you. Are they actually fighting for you? Is that attitude of freedom fighters? Should they stop children from not going to school? Should they be kidnapping your own? They are killing themselves in the name of freedom fighting. That can never be accepted. Cameroon will never be divided. Cameroon is one and indivisible. So government propaganda message is passing because the guys themselves, they have problem of unity among themselves, their leadership. All their own children are schooling abroad, most of the leaders. And we have now entrepreneurs of war who have emerged from the crisis, and they sabotage every peace initiative. Like a lot of peace initiatives come, like Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations, which came up. That was a diaspora initiative plus some people in the ground in Cameroon. They came up and said that, okay, it is time for us to use the diplomatic channel and constrain the government of Cameroon to accept sincere dialogue out of Cameroon. They launched the Swiss-led negotiations in Switzerland. The separatists are the first to go and sabotage the Swiss-led talk that is not credible. They are not going to engage into it. Anybody that goes there is an enabler. That will not happen. And at the same time, when Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiation came up, some leaders left Cameroon when I attended. When the leaders came back, they were putting prices on their head, like targeting them, saying that they are going to be killed and so on and so forth. So that had made their actions to be unpopular. And we have informal conversations with them. Because most of them are people that were formerly militating in the same party, that when the thing came up, they decided to go on the side of using arms, and we decided to continue using our means of lobbying, our means of diplomatic actions and non-violent means. Because we could have all loved to have an independent republic if we had the true liberation war of heroes carrying out actions that reflect heroes, not carrying out actions that will make the international community to discredit you. So that had been the actions. And in recently, the Ambazonian Governing Council, that was in 2020, they signed an accord with IPOB. That is the IPOB, that they are in some sort of alliance, supporting the IPOB to liberate themselves from Nigeria, while the IPOB in turn will support Cameroon to Southern Cameroon to liberate itself from the Republic of Cameroon. And to be honest with you guys, these have had a huge impact, because the spillover effect of the Anglophone crisis or the Southern Cameroon War had now generated to this a new sentiment of the IPOB activities in the different neighboring states of Nigeria, and it has generated to what you guys are having today. And some of us who have been on ground and has worked in these areas, I can tell you that the boundary of Cameroon, starting from Adamawa to Taraba to Calabar, right to Akwa Ibom, and in the marine borders right down, are very, very insecure these days, unlike when the alliance was not formed. Because before the alliance, there was some sort of leverage for people who were doing business and passing through ECOM to enter Cameroon and sell their products and go back. And even those who were using it now and going to Oron in Akwa Ibom and going to Calabar Bridge and Ibaka and so on. But the trend has changed because the security situation here is not guaranteed anymore, because the alliance had made the guys to be in charge of security in the borders, especially where government forces do not have strong control, since they master the hinterland of these territories more than maybe government forces that are deployed from different regions to come and take service there. So the situation is really, really precarious. And people cannot say that they are freedom fighters and they are burning the businesses of their own indigenes. People cannot say that you want to liberate people and at the same time you are imposing law that the people are not happy with it. People cannot say that they want to liberate people, and you are showing the contrary of liberation. You are rather putting the people in bondage. Your own children are schooling in good schools in Europe, America, and other countries, and then you are imposing on people's children back home not to go to school. And when you see somebody that had gone out on a day that you say it is stay at home, there is no questioning, there is no justice system. You take the laws into your hand and then you judge the person, you execute the person, or you put the person's fingers on a stone and you cut. How do that reflect liberation? How can that be called liberation of a people? So the thing has brought an inverse, like Cameroon has gone behind for 200 years. That it will only take the special grace of God plus serious international, maybe serious dialogue among Cameroonians and a good reformer president for us to have back the country that we had, and maybe better more, because things have gone wrong so badly and there is spillover effect to our neighbor. and neighboring states of Nigeria, which is now the IPOB. They recommended solutions that we think is the only way out. Is not to, because one thing that you should understand with rebels is that when you use harsh language to rebels, they have high probability to be more repulsive. Like if you are harsh to them, they are going to continue carrying out their actions, especially those who are guilty of human rights violations, especially those who are guilty of crimes against humanity. So instead of trying to use harsh methods or contender methods to them, we can use appeasement policy. And such appeasement policy must go with measures that will contain their activities over time. That means trying to contain them should also go with appeasement. Because if you just want to use the hard method, then you are going to cause more breeding grounds. Like they will use your way of.
Hello, Fabrice, are you still there? Problem de réseau. I think network yanked him off somehow. Uche, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know if Annie wanted to make submission. He has been requesting. Can you add him?
Yeah.
Fine,
Go ahead. While we're waiting for Fabrice to be back, I hope everybody is hearing how the whole problem started in Southern Cameroon. It is not different from what we have now. But fine, you go ahead. Thank you.
I would like to ask Fabrice when he returns. How are the Ambazonia fighters? How do they accept responsibility? They deny the responsibility whenever the issue comes up, or they accept it. I would like to know that too when he returns. Afam, you kindly ask him that when he returns. All right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think I'm back. I can just answer to the question, then I conclude.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone asked me a question I didn't hear.
Okay, I asked, how are the Ambazonia, how are they accepting responsibility? Do they deny responsibility or somehow shift responsibility to the government in trying to confuse the populace, telling the people that the government are actually the one orchestrating this thing in disguise and blaming the freedom fighters?
Exactly. This is what they do. Now, it is difficult to have an independent fact-finding agency or right group in the Southern Cameroons, because there are some places that they are red zones, no-go zones. If you are going there, you take responsibility for your life. And so when, like recently, a senator was killed in Bamenda, Senator Kemende, who is a senator of the lone Anglophone opposition political party in parliament. And the guy had been very vocal in trying to say that we should solve this problem by revisiting the constitution that brought us together to redefine the basis of establishing a new republic. And this guy was killed by armed gunmen. The communique of the separatists, most of the leaders, is that there are people who have been paid by the government ministers to kill him. And such killing had happened with great men and women in that region severally. And each time it happens, they will come up to say that that is not true for Ambazonians. There are people that have been paid by the government to go and do such. Even though there are some that they took responsibility to say they killed because such a person is an enabler. There was a time that the late Cardinal Tumi, may he so rest in peace, he was kidnapped by the separatists to say that he is enabling government agenda or proposing an alternative option, because there are so many Southern Cameroonians who are for the option of just returning to federalism and not necessarily separating. And so they also target federalists, people who propose that their own opinion is that we have lived for so long, we are already having intermarriages, the country is difficult to separate now, it's not going to help us. We should consider humanity first, and therefore it can help us to. And they also target them. And when they target, some of them say, okay, we are targeting because they don't want separatism or nothing. We say, but if you are saying separatism or nothing, it means you are not different from the government who is saying Cameroon is one and indivisible. So how are you different from the government when you are not even accepting to dialogue with your own brothers? Because in Southern Cameroon, there are three opinions. There are people who are for separation. There are people who are for return to federalism. There are people who want to maintain the status quo, but with a good president and good governance, or maybe just institutional reforms. And so there had been a lot of clamor for us to have a dialogue among ourselves as Southern Cameroonians, separatists, federalists, and all the other opinions. But the separatists are categorical that they don't want to dialogue with anyone else. They just want to impose separatism on everybody. And many people say, that is dictatorship of leadership that is not yet existing. Who endorsed your leadership? Who gave you the mandate? You are fighting on whose behalf? Putting ghosts on whose behalf? So people are complying to their laws or their actions by grudging compliance. Like people are not happy. They are murmuring. Why doing that? So they are not actually happy with the actions they are taking, but they have no choice, since if they violate, they are going to be targeted, they are going to be kidnapped, or something will happen. So that is the nature of the situation now.
Thank you so much, Fabrice. I needed to understand the situation over there, especially in denial, living in denial, or always trying to shift responsibility, denying responsibility. I wanted to know if it exists over there, and from what you said, it's a complete in fact, the same thing that happens here, and I'm sure all of us, those of us that are from SouthEast who are listening, will be so you will be. You wouldn't be, you'll be, how do I put it? I mean, you'll be having a deja vu, kind of, because this is exactly what we experience here. They always deny, they always try to blame the government, they always try to change the narrative, saying that everything, someone must have been paid, or if there is any situation, they will twist the story. This is a similar story, similar experience we have here. So, thank you so much for that insight. I think those of us who are wise enough, who are smart enough, would see or mirror exactly where the Southeast is heading to from this experience. The Bazonia that I know, a friend of mine from there, the story is really bad. They is deserted. Every young person is, every young person has completely left Bazonia. And that's something that is happening in Southeast. Young people are leaving Southeast on a daily basis, relocating from Southeast. The consequence of this is very grievous, because if you leave the Utontochi, what do we call Utontochi? That is the younger generation. If they all desert Southeast, it means that the Southeast will be very unproductive. And that's where we are heading to. Again, it will also be very ungovernable. And it is going to be more disastrous, considering the type of situation we are in Nigeria. We are going to witness if you go over to YouTube, you see comments and a lot of people who joined us via YouTube who are listening. You see their comments. They want a balance to this conversation. They want to have a counter opinion from proponents of IPOB. Well, we've had so many of them, but they come here accusing us of not being, lying against us. If you have any opinion in support of sit at home, I would want you to come here and tell us how you're going to stop this nonsense that is ravaging the Southeast. We don't want to have a situation whereby our region will be under the stronghold or under the leadership of unknown government, or under the leadership of miscreants, people who are not elected by anybody. For you to govern in a society, you must be elected. You must also have law that you abide with, so that anything that happens, we will know who to hold responsibility. For example, if something happens in the Southeast and we blame, anybody calls IPOB, they will come everything, you say IPOB, everything, but you are the one that is taking action. You are operating like government. You are a non-state actor. You are acting in the capacity of government. So if you don't want to be mentioned, you stay out from it. That is how society works. It is not. This is not emotional business. It's something that you have to realize that when you come into the game, you have to play and you have to bear the consequence of that. Any foul, anything that's going to be involved in the game, you also have to bear it. So when you are part of the, when you are a non-state actor, you are not elected and you're operating, issuing laws, issuing orders, then you should be able to also be ready to accept every responsibility that comes from there. If people complain that certain things happen, that's why we have government, because we have issues, we complain to the government. When we do not have good roads, we report to the government. When we do not have good hospitals, we report to the government. We have crime, kidnapping, and drug, we report to the government. And that is why we elect the best. That's why you have to come out to be part of the political system that elect the best candidate and ensure you hold them accountable. But you don't do that. You wouldn't do that. You want to somehow take over the government or take over the society through the kangaroo way. It cannot work. It can't work. And when you successfully take over because of how weak the system is, you are unable to keep up to that because you do not have the capacity. You see, it's not something that there's no shortcut to this. There's no shortcut to this. Thank you so much once again, Fabrice, for giving us very great insight. And I urge all of us, if you listen to what he said, if you miss this, you go to the YouTube, you listen again. If you listen to what he said, it is exactly what we are experiencing. And we don't want to get to that level. Their level is dead. Like they have gotten to that point where they are no longer. I think there's a video that is circulating where some men with arms were stripped schoolboys and girls naked. Schoolboys in secondary school, they stripped them naked. Ask young people naked and raise their hand. That level of dehumanization. You can imagine the level of insanity and animalistic tendency someone has to attend for you to do something like that. That is the level that that these people have gotten to, and that same nonsense is gradually creeping into our society. Thank you once again. Let's have someone else. Ifani, if you can hear me, kindly unmute yourself. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much, my leader, my deputy leader. Most times I don't usually want to talk about these senseless, stupid people, because the people I blame are the government, the state governments we have in Igbo land. These are the people I'm blaming. They cannot try this nonsense in River State. Wike showed them. That time many of us were just beating them, and they start with this propaganda. Oh, that Wike is killing Igbo people, and using emotional blackmail. Because you cannot try this. Wike knew that this is what these people are planning, and he went attack. They can't try it. Even in Ebonyi, to a certain extent, they can't even try the way they were doing in Anambra, Enugu, and the other places, because our governors are just quiet. They are waiting. They don't want to hurt some people's feelings. Because many of them want to go, become senators, so they don't want to hurt some people's feelings, and they are trying to paint things round. These people are just going about impunity. As if you hear stories of things that are happening, you will be shocked. And the problem is that the people, I don't know, our people, I don't know, we were, initially we were treating them with, kids' gloves, trying to pamper them and say, oh, they are fighting for our people. Fighting for what nonsense? They held your leader. Am I an IPOB member? Why should I sit at home? So that means if I belong to any organization and the government hold my leader, that means everybody in Ebola should also sit at home. What's my business? If they hold your leader accountable, and so what? Go and fight them there. Why are you keeping the people under bondage? And you're telling me that Nnamdi Kanu is fighting. He's fighting for who? He's not fighting for me. So it's high time we looked into ourselves. We have to treat these people the way we treated in Urumiri case. Because everybody woke up to this in Urumiri that we will not see it anywhere in Ebola. That is the same way we should treat these people. People should stand up, not start betting and saying, oh, that Nnamdi Kanu, yeah, he's speaking for us. Who is he speaking for? Which person? Imagine a Biafra that will be headed by these people. You can't even say anything. You don't have any contrary opinion. These are people who are not educated, walking around with guns, and they believe that when they have Biafra, if you ask some of them, they will tell you that when they have Biafra, that if you have 2 cars, you bring one of your cars and give to someone who doesn't have. If you have 2 houses, you must bring it and share to other people. And they think that time everybody will become equal. Everybody will not become equal. There will not be rich people. There will not be poor people anymore. That they will now become. Can you imagine this stupid mentality these people have? And these are the people. These are not even people we are sitting down to discuss. When the government talk about this, how can you sit down and discuss people with this kind of mentality? They don't even want to change. They don't even want to. They don't want to have any other contrary opinion. They don't want to have any contrary opinion. Everything they want is die together. If you don't believe in separation, you are a saboteur. You are an intellectual. They should kill you. These are not the people we sit down to discuss any. And I always use Wiki as an example. He didn't want to sit down and talk with these people. He knew it, that this is the way these people are going to go. If you start treating them gradually, that's exactly what they're doing now. And it is high time we nipped this thing on the board. It's high time we nipped it on the board and stop all this nonsense that we are doing. So that is what I'm saying, that we should fight these people the same way Menace was fought in Igbo land. At least for now, it's no longer the way. Everybody stood up and we're discussing it. That is how we should be discussing these things. Shouldn't be allowing these people to control the way people pay. Can you imagine, from Monday to Thursday, people are sitting at home? For what? For what reason? People will not go to work. People will not go to school. People who are going to have to think first and ask, are you people open today to come? For what reason? Because we don't have a functional government. If you have a government who is functioning, they cannot be doing this nonsense they're doing. And that is why 2023 is important, that we should vote the right people. People who speak for the ordinary citizens. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I want everybody to check the last tweet that I just pinned. Just go there and check the chat, and you see the kind of comments that is coming from people on YouTube. And it appears that these are the kind of people that we are talking about. What if you actually against Igana, Facebook, or the worst? You can never have a sensible conversation with these people. Their opinion is only A and Amen. If you are not if you are not telling them what they want to hear, you are Janjaweed, you are Fulani, you are Sabo, you are this, you are that, you are a suspect, you are a cow. That is the kind of exactly what our Cameroonian brother spoke about, Fabrice. And all of you, they didn't even listen to what the Cameroonian brother said. They asked him to go back in his village and fix his region. They are not thinking. They don't, because they don't have the capacity to think. They cannot. That's why the only thing they understand, they know how to do, is to insult, to call you name, that is only thing. Then if you tell them that the United Nations is coming tomorrow to conduct a referendum, the empty cum head will believe it. If you tell them that Israel has supported and has approved, they will just swallow it. Just tell them what you want. Tell them that Fulani is evil. Fulani, Janjaweed, Buhari is Jubril from Sudan. These are the kind of thing they want to hear. Don't tell them the truth. Don't tell them that, look, this thing is not realistic.
Just go to any newspaper stand now. Go to any newspaper stand where they said this, not useful newspapers, where they said all these newspapers with blue collar and all that. That is where they gather. And they'll be telling them that Ambazonia has become an El Dorado, that South Sudan, people in South Sudan are now living life like normal. That go there and see them gather there. That is what they don't have anything to do. That is what they discuss from Monday to night. Saying that when you now have Biafra, everybody will become a war. Can you imagine the mentality of these people? So
unfortunately, they don't know that they're actually the one that is damaged. When you see them talk and make mockery of other people, who are not in agreement with them, I laugh at them. Because look at that. Okay, they should look at their life, for example. Are they better off? Why are they in that situation? Are they better off? You find yourself in foreign land. Why are you not here? Why are you not here in the Southeast? Come down here and be the activist and fight the government. Why didn't you come down here and remove Uzodema? Why didn't you come down here and remove him? You will always have the worst case scenario to reference. During the election in Anambra State, where there will not be election.
Avambo Mazi Uguchuku Aumonye isi alambano. I would like to greet everybody in the house and appreciate the effort Uchenna and Afamo making that our people get the necessary orientation and information they need about this whole menace that is going on in the Southeast. You know, and when I grew up, you know, I developed interest to be with my people. And since then, you know, when this issue of Biafran agitation came up, because of some of the stories and news I've heard from my father and mother, who actually were, you know, were really, really active as regards to this Biafra whole thing. You know, I always got emotional, and I believe a whole lot of people in Igbo, they want this kind of emotional attachment to these issues. So on most occasions, the issue or the emotional attachment in this Biafran issue may be clouded their sense of reasoning. Because, you know, when you're about that now, maybe, you know, in your family or in your maternal home, then when somebody got out the war and, you know, Onatahazi, you know, you will feel angry, you will be mad. So I am always looking at this issue from that perspective, that now, you know, our emotions may be clouded, you know, our sense of reasoning. And that is what is playing out right now. You know, I learned to handle issues or tackle issues, you know, from the grassroots. And one of the problems I because of our emotional attachment to, you know, the Biafran issue that happens over 50-something years ago, A lot of people allowed these people to take the space. They took the space, until now that it is affecting us directly. That now, when this Nnamdi Kanu issue started, like the first 2 years I started hearing about him, I was actually in support. But as time goes on, I was looking at, the ideas or, the plan somewhere in getting this Biafra. And I think it is not visible. I've always said that now, I don't think the man Nnamdi Kanu himself or every other member of IPOB actually wanted Biafra. Because, I am about 40 plus, and I have never seen, since I was a child till this moment, I have never seen anyone who have gathered the kind of support and followership Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has gathered. And I was expecting him to use this support to create a kind of political bloc in the Southeast. But unfortunately, here we are. And I've listened to most of the speakers here, and I understand that most of us are not really, really, really happy as regards to what is going on in the Southeast. And I think our complaints is not really going to make any difference. I am expecting this space to begin to, profile solutions to what we are facing now. The problem we had initially was that most of us were really, really, really emotional about the whole thing, based on the stories we've heard, based on the, marginalizations we witnessed on our own. And we were, silently, in line or supporting these agitations because of maybe, every single one of us has one, story to tell about the Biafran Civil War. But as it is right now, whatever happened in the 1967 to 70 is in the past. We need to forge ahead as a people. We need to look at a way to develop the Southeast. And one of the ways to do these things is to change the mindset or to change the narrative about the impressions most of us or the young people have about Nigeria. We know that we are being marginalized. This is the fact, an undisputable fact. But it is important, Kaiwa, as a people, begin to look for a way to, see how we can move forward and drop these emotions. One of the speakers, when I was listening, was trying to say we should, hijack the narrative from the IPOB people. And I think he is very right. He's very right in the sense that if people like Uche, and Afam, who have, a lot of followership, and other people can come together and begin to re-educate these young people, because that was what IPOB did. IPOB created a radio station and was, dishing out informations, manipulating people to begin to hate everybody around them. And here we are today. This hate has, become a menace in the Southeast. And I don't think there is any way we can move forward with hate. We just need to, as a people, begin to reorientate our people, our young people, to understand that there is no time or anywhere in the world or in history that hate or war has solved any kind of problem. So we need to start educating our people just the way they did in getting them in this position in the first place. We need to make them unlearn whatever they have learned so that we can be able to move forward. Thank you very much, my brothers.
Okay, my mic is on. I don't know if I'm next. Okay. Okay, so my own submission is that I don't have any problem with people that self-determination, and we all have gone through Nigeria's history in the book parts by ourselves. So my own is IPOB has deviated from whatever it decided to do initially, and we are not happy with it. We, in no way, are we also happy with what our government has done earlier. So my own, the solution, I'm after solution, not complaints any longer. It's solution. And the solution I've always profiled is what Mark Gochku have also said, taking the initiative, and someone else has also said when I was listening, taking the initiative, those who call themselves leaders to take the initiative, and not those who have not put taking the time. For example, I remember clearly that on January 15th last year, I was arguing with somebody on Twitter. He was remembering the war. We know that January 15th is Armed Forces Remembrance Day. So I told him that for the fact that they fixed the celebration of Nigeria on January 15th, which is also the day that Biafra war ended, which means that a lot of us Igbos will never find January 15th as a day to remember Nigerian armed forces rather than remembering our people that died during the war. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that break. So let's have Fidelis. Fidelis, if you can hear me, can you unmute yourself and make a contribution? Are you done? Onye Njenje.
I wasn't even hearing you.
Okay, please kindly round up so that Fidelis will come in, and after Fidelis, Richard, then we move to maybe Mazi, G Wheels. Go ahead and submit. Please make it very brief, less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
My own, as I've said, taking the initiative away from those who are very emotional about the situation. I don't tweet about IPOB, but I am also a pro-independence person, because throughout history, people are pro-independence. So what I'm saying is, let us start from celebrating our own history. Biafra is our history. We can't run from it. We can't take it away from ourselves, and nobody can take it away from us. Let us take the initiative. Why is our leaders not taking the initiative in declaring certain days or making certain days of Biafra history a public holiday? Why must it be agitators doing it? Let the people learn their history through the governance that is in place. Nigeria is not stopping any government in the East from discussing certain issues that affect. It is our people. Let us encourage government, even in the local sector, to start it. That okay. Day is our day. So that is just my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Njenje.
I'm not to support at home and the way it is going.
All right. Thank you so much. So Fidelis, please, Bob, you also make it very brief.
Thank you so much. Everybody know my stand about this Biafran thing, that it's not going to work, but that is another thing now. The main thing now is solution. Because Anambra person, I want to have a little bit in interactive listening with you. Because are you on your mic? I want to ask you a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I want to be in a post that now in a mechanic radio. Something like that. kind of you do something like that, right?
Yes, I usually get invited. Yeah.
Thank you. Is it possible, or will they allow you when you do something? When you use that kind of opportunity to educate our people in some certain things, because when you have fire to fire, these people they use instruments, which is radio. When you have such opportunity, now, like when you here, you not pass quiet to our people. You don't only in my hand.
Okay. Network is actually are you still there? Now, Fidelis. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Uche. Good morning and good afternoon.
Go ahead, Victor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I commence with my own contribution, I will first of all thank you very much for this opportunity. I learned a lot today. So my own contribution is I've been a victim to this hit at home on September 20th. It wasn't a funny thing. And funny enough, when they say it's DSS, most of these guys, they know, they are people you know. Because among them, somebody was able to identify me that I can't speak Igbo. Like, if you're opportune to grow up in the East and know how to speak Igbo, maybe have your parents around, you are lucky. It's not everybody that share that luck. I grew up without my parents, and people I grew up wearing Igbos, but I'm Igbo. It doesn't stop me from being Igbo. So coming to the solution to this thing, I think we need to change that narrative of blaming the center for the problem of the Igbo man. The average Easterner doesn't even know who represents him in the House of Rep and the senatorial district. Like, these are people who should hold accountable. They collect huge amounts of money in constituency projects. Nobody questions them. Like, what do you use this money for? I live in Kano. Like, during the lockdown period, there are certain times I collected noodles, spaghetti, all those things, and sometimes we'll share 5,000. Like, they have senators working. In the East, it did happen. Like, no one have any memory of that. So I think part of the solution should be like educating the people to understand how politics work, who to hold accountable. Like, there are certain things you don't expect Buhari to come and do for you. You make requests through your ward head, maybe through your local government to get certain things fixed, not just direct all your bitterness to the center. We have people representing us up there. We need to be part of this system to make it work for us, not this separation. Even if we separate today, is the East conducive? We have nothing. We don't have roads. We don't have amenities. So let's maybe use your enemy to build yourself first. And what the Northerners are doing to us, or what I would say, what the system is doing to us, is there's this saying in warfare: don't interrupt your enemy when they are making mistakes. So we are making mistakes. We are destroying ourselves. We are feeding ourselves poison because someone is telling us it's wine, and they just look at us. They keep quiet and allow us to destroy ourselves. So that's my own contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Fidelis, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So make your submission or ask your question. You were asking me a question before next.
Yes, you're not joking one way, you're not joking where. Or the possible, they got those invitation those radio station or the possible we now we in here feed at our people not on ground or the possible.
Okay, first off, most radio stations we have here are owned by politicians or governments. That's number one. Number two, it depends on what, in every radio station, they have their program, political program, entertainment program, and other type of content they usually have scheduled in their, on their radio station. So in political program, usually 1 hour, where they talk about political issues. And I've listened to, I'll have to be honest, very brutal honest. I've listened to most political programs on radio stations. Majority of their content is always it's always nationalistic. And this is because of NBC rule. NBC, tells them not to talk about Biafra. There are certain words you don't talk about. There are certain language or certain topic you don't even discuss on radio. As soon as you call on any radio station in Southeast and you mention IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, you'll be yanked off immediately. So if you listen to any radio station in the Southeast from morning to night, you will not even have a feel of what is happening in Southeast. You will not even know that there is actually a problem, because this situation is silent, as in they have silenced everything that has to do with Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu on radio station. And if you listen to radio station here, you think you're in Eldorado. That is a very peaceful, Southeast is a very peaceful place. So it is very difficult, and that's why I always talk about something alternative to, maybe similar to what we have in Radio Biafra, something that can be transmitted, to every location. That is not something like a shortwave that is not controlled by the government or any political person.
So what if, because it's like such a discussion may be anti-government. What if the discussion is about favoring the central government? But
like I said, you can never mention Biafra. That is like
the key word.
That's like you throwing a sugar out there. You are going to attract ants, a lot of people. You are going to attract a lot of things. So you may not be able to control what you are going to attract. Biafra, the word Biafra is something that stimulates emotion among our people. And that emotion is very uncontrollable. You can't even control it. So no radio station in the Southeast will ever discuss anything that has to do with sit at home, Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, whatever. They will do anything in their power they can to avoid that topic. It is a no-go area. You can't even call on the radio station and say it. Once you call in, you are supposed to be allowed to talk. You mention Nnamdi. You may not even reach to the next one. You are yanked off immediately. And the next thing they will say is network. So it is what it is.
Okay, let me. Can I just chip into this? The idea you are preferring, now, the very, very important, because as I said earlier, what IPOB did was able to get the message to the grassroots through radio. Most people they involved in this thing in the now and on social media. And Uche, what Fidelis is suggesting is that maybe there is a way we can get this through to the people. And if IPOB, whichever way IPOB would do way, now communicating, it didn't happen just in a day, in 2 days, in a week, in a month, in a year. No, it didn't just happen. These things has been on the ground working for a very long time. And, before it gets to this level, there was a lot of plans that were put in place. So from what Fidelis is saying, I am trying to see if it is possible for people with like minds like us to come together and see if we can create a kind of internet radio or something, I don't know, all will not be possible. They will be on all social media platforms. And we can be discussing these issues in all platforms. And before you know it, it's not going to be easy because, you will always have, issues or oppositions or people who don't like this. But the main thing would that now, I will focus that this is what we want to do. We want to get this message across to people in the grassroots. Yes, you guys are doing a lot with this Twitter space. Mana, it is not enough. That's just the point. The truth. It is not enough. And because you cannot have, an airspace in the radio stations or TV stations to discuss these issues, and we have not even had the opportunity to engage these people that are active. So we have to create an alternative ways to, pass these informations to our people. So if anybody here more, if there is any way you guys can be able to look or find a means for us to, if it is contributing, I believe a lot of us who have shared the sentiment, as regards to what this menace is causing to us in the Southeast, a lot of people will contribute to this. Seriously, we will contribute to this because I believe we are much more than them. It's just that a lot of people cannot speak. But when there is an avenue for people to speak, for the grassroots people to talk about their experience, you will understand that these guys are just few in numbers.
Thank you so much. We'll look into that. Let's go over to Fidelis. Please kindly round up so that we can have accommodate other people.
Okay, thank you. So we have to shift focus. I'm getting to 40 now. We have always been hearing about Abuja, and this thing has taken our focus to Abuja. Nobody talks about what is happening in Alibo. Now, election is next year. Soludo has entered. That means we have about 4 people left. Let us start from now to start changing that narrative. Enough of Abuja. Only by next year or next 2 years, nobody should stop talking about Abuja. Let our conversation always be about the governor sign. Because our governors, they have used this thing that now Abuja Merenka. They have taken our attention away from East. And then there is that is why we have somebody like Abia State Governor because nobody is paying attention to them. It's always of Abuja. Nobody is talking about. Okay, now we are talking about. Let me bring this topic again. This topic about police extorting money. I have argued several times. It is not the response. That thing is happening because our governors allowed it. Buhari will not stop it. Abuja will not stop it. Our governors have to stop it because every day or every week, our governors, they have security briefing with the Commissioner of Police. So that means those people collecting that money, if our governors want to stop it today, they will do it. But when we cry, we always cry Abuja. No, let us stop crying to Abuja. Let us start calling Ibazu. Let us start calling Buruburu. Let us start calling let us start calling Umahi. They have security briefing with them. Those are the people that can stop that extortion on the road. It's not Buhari. It's not Buhari's responsibility. So please, it is time to stop saying Nigeria. It is time to stop it and start looking inward because we are the problem and not outsiders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we go over to Richard. Richard, you're welcome. Richard, accept the mic, unmute yourself, so make your point.
Thank you very much. Network has been throwing me out on several occasions. And because I'm really interested in this conversation, because it's something I am passionate and I have been also involved, maybe not as much as you, So I want to commend you and AFAM for your consistency. So, and this is actually the same method these same IPOB guys used. You know, consistency was their currency. They consistently fed people with this. And you know what they say about lies when you say it over and over again. I'm not saying they are telling lies, but a number of the things they say are incorrect, even when they are saying it. But I'm just talking in general terms. When you tell a lie over and over and over again for 10 years, people start believing the lie, and that lie becomes the truth. Now, in fact, I learned, my eyes opened today in this conversation after the guy from Southern Cameroon spoke. So it opened my eyes to something that what we are seeing, in fact, while he was narrating everything, for a moment, I had to look again just to be sure. You know, it felt like he was talking about exactly what was happening in the Southeast. So what that tells me is that the IPOB guys, what we are seeing now is not even an original idea. So what they did was just copy and paste, right? So it's just copy and paste. They just picked exactly what these guys, the Amazonian fighters and liberation guys, and they just pasted it. But if they were really thinking properly, they would have done an analysis to now look at these guys that are doing this, and what is now the after effect? What is the ripple effect of their actions? Look at the horrible story the Fabrice guy was painting, and that is actually where from the historical event leading up to today. And if we want to use that to project into the future, we are heading to Amazonia if we don't tackle it right here, right now, head on. And I personally, one of the speakers earlier talked about how it affected her. It has affected me. I'm not currently anywhere in the Southeast, but my parents are. And I know how it has. My dad is supposed to be going for a medical checkup. Now this week is totally ruled out. And that is the way it has been since this whole issue. So, and that is how the effect, so many other people must have, some people who have died, you know, as a result of not being able to access medical care because of the sit at home. You know, so it's really funny, you know, it's like you now taking poison and expecting your enemy to die, or you nailing yourself to the cross and expecting your enemy to be bleeding. And for the IPOB people that are here, right, I want to say this thing. I want to re-echo Uche, or I think Uche or Afam said it earlier, and I want to re-echo it. The fact that Ndibo are quiet now doesn't mean that we are stupid. They should go and look at if they have forgotten who Ndibos are. We are not a people that you can intimidate and we will lie down like that. It's just a matter of time. So what we are doing now is maybe just drawing your ears to listen to the voice of reason. Because if you continue in this path, a time will come. People will organically, how it will just happen, you will not know. We have been saying this thing from time. That look, the sit at home was effective and the message was loud and clear when it started. Now it's time to re-strategize. Change your strategy if you have any. And if you don't, People were preferring solutions. I was one of those preferring the solution. That look, we have gone this far. One of the other solutions, because we are already talking about solutions, is a political solution. Look, you cannot, the agitation and all that is good. It mounts pressure, but there's an extent to which agitation can achieve any result too. The final lap, because it's a relay, the final lap of this whole thing ends at a dialogue and at a political space. We have high-powered people, the same Ohaneze that the IPOB keep insulting. Are they not the same people now sending representation, legal representation, unsolicited? The same Ohaneze Ndibo, the same people you keep insulting as a Fulefu and all that, calling all sorts of names. We are the ones now coming, spending money, bringing legal aid, fighting your cause through the legal channels. And funny enough, most of all, or a lot of all these people who are funding and supporting this whole thing and supporting all these sit at home that are abroad, on the Monday that is sit at home, they will, conveniently open their shop in the abroad, wherever they are. They will not sit at home. If they are on paid employment, they will not tell their boss that today they are in solidarity with their brothers in Biafra. That today, every Monday, they will not come to work because they sit at home. If their families have medical issues on a Monday, they will conveniently, their wife will just, without any hindrance, walk into the medical center and get health care. Meanwhile, the people they claim they are fighting for are dying at home.
Okay. Richard, I would like to engage you on this conversation.
Yeah.
I want everybody to pay attention so that we understand where we are going to. Recall it was in 2019, I guess, or 2020.
Yeah.
We came up with Alibo Initiative. Am I correct?
Thank you. I was actually going there. God bless you. Yes.
All right. Now, what was the response from many IPOB members when we were talking about the development of Alibo and the contribution of money into the development of Alibo? What was the response?
Thank you.
From many IPOB members.
In fact, this was the next point I was going to. We came up with the Build Alibo project as it's a flagship initiative by the Alibo Initiative, in full, Alibo Development and Accountability Initiative, right? And this initiative was a crowdfunding platform that will help to drive industrialization and development across Alibo. But guess what? While people from other regions were, in fact, applauding the initiative and encouraging us, at a point, some youth in Arewa youth adopted the same method. How far they've gone with it is another issue, because I know the challenges involved in pushing this kind of agenda and pushing this kind of initiative. It was our own people who started. They insulted us. In fact, they gave us a million reasons why that initiative will not work. They told us that rather than us spending money, that Buhari will not do this, that the center will not allow us, the system will not do this and that why are we wasting our money? We want to call people to donate money to develop Alibo, rather than us to support Biafra, support IPOB. And I was so surprised. And it was really simple. Our idea was, okay, if we can get at least 1 million Ndibo who can donate 1,000 naira every month, 1,000 naira times 1 million people, that is 1 billion naira. And do you know what 1 billion naira will do on a month if we're able to get that on a monthly basis? So in a year, we will be having about 12 billion naira. We did extensive work. we carried out research to find out what are the needs of the people. We threw out a survey and we identified lack of water, potable water across Alibo. Enugu is worst hit. Poor health care. We wanted to build primary health centers across Alibo, at least. Let us even start with one per state. Our plan also was to equip and upgrade schools and libraries to build human capital, because our greatest resources are our people. These are the plans, and this is just the phase one of our project, of the Build Alibo project. This is just the phase one. We had other things that people actually suggested from the research that we carried out online, on Twitter. You can go to Alibo Alibo Initiative on Twitter. Just check the timeline. You will see everything there. It was transparent and open. This is the solution. We felt, rather than keep complaining about IPOB, about all this thing, why don't we get into action? We swung into action. I'm happy that Uche, he is part and parcel of this whole initiative to develop Alibo. We started it. This is the plan. We felt, rather than keep talking, let us move into action, which we did.
Richard, let me also add that we actually started things. Like, for example, in Aba, we started the cleanup of Aba initiative.
Clean and green Alibo, exactly. To clean up Aba.
Yes, we did the health outreach. Which we carried out also, I think, in Abia at the same time.
In Imo State.
In Imo State, sorry. Then we also did the one in Enugu. Me and in Ifechi went on radio stations.
Yes.
And we are on radio stations, talking about this very issue.
Yes.
And we got everything well registered and documented. Also, there is also one going on in Ebonyi State.
The Rice Agri-Care project.
Exactly. Now, that was just a new initiative. Why I wanted you to talk about it was the fact that the mindset of the people we are dealing with, they kept on harassing us. At some point, I lost it. I stopped talking about it. I was so down. I kept asking myself, what is wrong with these people? Who is doing us this? They will come to your DM and start harassing you. Why are you doing this? You are distracting us. Why are you doing it? Let us get this Biafra first before every other thing.
Exactly.
Let us get Biafra. Any other thing is not, that we should stop that this is a distraction. They were calling what we are doing distraction. And they went further to even say it on TL. Anywhere we talk about it. So it was embarrassing that so many of our members, like, the harassment was too much. Many of our members stopped talking about it. I wanted us to understand the type of people we are dealing with. They are anti-development. They are anti-progress. They see progress as a distraction. They see development as a distraction. They want freedom. Freedom from who? From the Janjaweed. Now, that freedom, they've not gotten it. They are already oppressing the people. The people that they are claiming to be fighting freedom for. I wanted Richard to emphasize on this, in case if you miss it, to talk about some of these things. Let it not be now talk. Now talk. If you see the level of insult, some of us who have some level of, who always emphasize on some of these things, if you see the level of insults and threats we receive on a daily basis, you understand the kind of monster we are dealing with. Sometimes I usually wave it aside, but I know for sure that someone has got, someone needs, has to do this. No, someone has to stand up and do this. Because we all keep quiet, if we all, ignore. I mean, this year I said to myself, Uche, you're going to focus on yourself. Because I need money, I need to make money this year. If I don't make money this year, I will go mad. So I said to myself, look, I'm not going to talk about this issue again. But when I wake up, I see things like the way it affects me and affects everything that I do and believe in. I can't just help it. I can't just help it. We insult Ohanese, which I used. I never insulted Ohanese, but I used to, criticize them. Then what did we do? We said, okay, let's look at what exactly exists in this Ohanese to find how we can penetrate some of these bodies, even a political leadership. We want to have our people who believe in, get into the leadership position. That's our interest. We just don't talk because I'm tired and sick of the complaint. I'm no longer complaining. I am no longer interested. So when you come and tell me Fulani Janjaweed, when you come and tell me how Buhari will leave 2023. You tell me how God, what are you doing about it? There's no problem you're going to raise now that some of us are not aware of. So is that what we are going to dwell on? Some of them don't even have a clear picture of it. They just want to talk about it from an emotional point of view. If you ask them to explain it, the way they will tell the story in a very disjointed manner, you will be able to, you understand that they don't even have a grasp of what they're talking about. But they want to talk about it. So it is a case of, first, number one, class war. There is a class war. Then there is also those who have first-hand information, experience, telling you how they feel about it. The lived experience are telling you something and you are not listening to them. So the whole complication, then if there is anyone who is in disagreement with you, who is not interested in singing the kumbaya of Biafra, the person becomes what's it called, saboteur or whatever. And do you know the worst case scenario? Let me tell you the worst case scenario. They have successfully relegated the Igbo identity to second fiddle. Now it's Biafra or nothing. They are no longer interested in the Igbo identity. The Igbo is no longer in conversation. Oh, Biafra.
Ushe, God will bless you. Hi.
Biafra identity, which we somehow was not originally our identity, which we even share with other people, has come to replace our God-given identity, and they are not paying attention. Igano, mother, say that na any organization that has to do with Igbo is idiotic, is useless. That if it is not Biafra, it's not making sense. That is the mindset now. That's where we are getting to. So if you do anything that has to do with Igbo, they are not interested. That's why there's a barrage of castigation towards Ohanese. Get into Ohanese and displace these people. Get involved. There is Ohanese leadership in every local government. Ask them if they know their local government chairman of Ohanese. They will not know because they don't care. Ask them the person in charge of their constituents. They don't know because they don't care. The kind of money that comes to these constituencies, to local governments, they don't know about it and they don't bloody care. Then the people who are profiting from this thing, you think they will come and tell you. They will not say it. The type of federal government largesse that come down, those things that we think that that go to the north, is also come down here. Those with privileged information always inherit, benefit from it. But because some people don't care, nobody cares. Everybody is interested in buying and selling. So number one is that they have to understand that, look, this is a very serious class war. And some of you who are elitists, I don't like using the word elitist, or anybody who believes that he can actually get to the top, anybody who have the mindset that he will forever get to that, he will never remain low forever. That kind of mindset, if you have that similar mindset, just know that you are up against people who want to bring you down to their level. I call them the peasants. So there's a class war and it's very intense. So they will come and know whether they have money or not. It is a psychological thing. It is a mindset. It is in their head. They believe that there's this dichotomy between we and the leaders. They believe that those in a leadership position are somehow alien. Somehow they got there by I don't know, whichever way. They believe that people who got to the leadership position got there by maybe providence of Fulani Janjaweed. That's what they believe. And therefore, then they can never, they believe they can never get to that level. Therefore, for them to ever have some semblance of same power, they have to destroy that one, not try to be there or compete with the people who are already there. That's not their mindset. So they want to destroy what's existing to be able to have upper hand. So it's a class war. I want us to understand. Then there is also identity war. Some of them don't know this. They don't know this. Their identity war, because what they're doing is against the Igbo fundamental principle. How can you say to your brother that he will never go to the market? Then you put in force wire not to go to the market. That is against our principle. Then the principle of Biafra, which is rooted in, I said it the other time, people they misconstrued it, of course they will. I said Biafra identity, look at what Biafra means to us. It means suffering, it means struggle, it means agitation, it means pain. Anytime we talk about Biafra, what do we talk about? Pain. We talk about pain, we talk about the struggle, we talk about agitation, we talk about almost negative things. Have we ever talked about, do you have any topic or anything that Biafra reminds us of good thing? Is there any single thing? I stand to be corrected. But you relegate your Igbo identity to the background, to second fiddle, and uphold this particular identity that makes you perpetually victim. So let us understand where we are getting to. And this is ideology that I believe strongly that we need to rearrange so many of our people to understand the difference. So many of them are working with so much, a lot of emotion, devoid of critical thinking. They believe what they have been fed, and that has somehow sedimented on their head, their brain. There's no space anymore for critical thinking. So they believe that the best way to hurt federal government, to get attention of international community, is to destroy our land, is to inflict injury on our people. And you keep reminding them, look, our people are getting this, our people are getting that. They forget, where is the economy? Where is the economy? Since 1991, we have been voting. Where is the economy? That's what they will keep telling you. Then you remind them that since 1999, there has been agitation. And that agitation has been drawing us back. What have we achieved with it? Then they will no longer say anything. Since 1999, okay, they will take it back to 1960. Since 1966, we have been fighting. We have been fighting for war, for independence. What have we achieved with it? They will not say anything. Are we not continuing with it? So why would you now, because of you have done something before and you didn't get what you want, then you will not want to repeat it? It is only a failure, a perpetual failure that will not repeat. We could not keep trying. If you are perpetually a failure in life, that is when you do not keep trying when you fail. So because of that, they have canceled the election. This election is one of the biggest, is the worst thing that you can ever think of in our league. So they believe election is a go-go area for us. So if you're an Igbo person, you will not do election, you will not participate in political process because they have been doing it before and they didn't achieve anything. Then you begin to wonder, how are they thinking? Then you ask them, okay, you want referendum. Who will conduct this referendum? Who will conduct it? They have forgotten that referendum is actually conducted by INEC. Go and read the responsibility of INEC. If you tell them, they will like, it's a lie. How do you expect me to debate with people like this? People who have limited knowledge of what they are even talking about. They will come and educate you how the United Nations, and the United Nations, go and read their policy. They're not interested in any separation or any whatever. They are not. There are a lot of thousands of separatist groups all over the world, not just Nigeria. Nigeria is not, Biafra is not, there's nothing special with Biafra. What is happening in courts? What is happening in Amazonia? What is happening in China? What is happening in East Africa? There are many East African regions that are asking for independence. There's so many of them. So many. And they keep making reference to South Sudan. Go and read what is happening in South Sudan. So I can't say this enough, but I wanted Richard, if we are still here, I wanted you to give us that perspective for us to understand what we are battling with. We are dealing with people who are anti-development, who are anti-progress, who want everybody to be at the same level with them. And if you are not, you are the enemy. If you ever go against their, the opinion, you are the saboteur. The same reason why we failed the first attempt. That's the same reason why we are repeating. That's the same thing that we are repeating now. You may have your opinion, but you see this seat at home. We may have to revisit that order. We have to revisit it. Look at what it has done for us and what it will do for us. The Ambazonians call it, they call it a ghost town. That's what they call it. And they've had it. So exactly what happened in Ambazonia is what they are bringing here. I don't know who is doing this thing. Is the person intentionally trying to destroy Igbo land? I don't know. Like I'm beginning to think someone is paid to actually destroy Igbo land. I'm thinking someone is paid millions to intentionally destroy Igbo land. So I will leave it here to accommodate more people. And I will be going as soon as it is one. Let me just extend it to 1:30 so that we can have more people to talk. Once it's 1:30, I will drop this. So let's have G Wheels. G Wheels, if you can hear me, kindly make your contribution.
Okay. Thank you very much, Uche, and everyone here who has spoken. One thing I want to draw our attentions to this afternoon is that we all have been emotional in this journey. We all have been emotional. When I say emotional, very, very, very emotional. The same way you feel, Uche, when IPOB members attack you, is the same way they feel when you attack them. It's all about emotions and emotional wars. That's what I've noticed. And I want to draw our attention to something, that two truths can coexist. Two truths can coexist. So I would like us, as much as possible, not to become extremists. Let's always keep I've listened to a lot of people talk on this forum this afternoon. And all I'm seeing are people who are highly emotionally charged. And if you leave them, they are going to start confrontations. Now, let me go to the main thing I want to say. Number one is that we, as the Igbos and the intellectuals, in quotes, the elites, in quotes, if we actually belong to that class, we slept for so long. What do I mean by we slept for so long? We were dog's eye for a very long time. And what am I saying? I could remember vividly in the late 1990s when killing of my sub-members was the order of the day. Like they killed them and nothing happened. And then the same thing continued. IPOD came on board. And killing them was just nothing. And the elites, the people that should be talking for them, kept quiet. I want us to understand something, that the people we tag them, miscreants, hoodlums, doing some of these things in the name of IPOB and all that, they are our brothers. We can't deny that. And they are still needed in the society, no matter what. They are our brothers. We can't throw them away. But the fact that we kept quiet for so long and they were maltreated, a lot of injustice were done to them and nobody talked. They began to see us as enemies too. That is the fact. They started seeing us as enemies. Now, I want to draw something too. You might say they don't listen, they do this, they do that. But once they perceive you as an enemy, they can't talk with you, they can't dialogue with you, they can't discuss anything with you. For instance, Senator Njenje Abaribe has always been pro-one Nigeria, but he has never been insulted by these people. They don't see him as enemy. In fact, they do everything and anything to make sure he remains relevant in the Nigerian political sector. Same thing goes to Mbazulika Amechi. He has always said we can be one Nigeria and continue living, but they've never insulted him. They've never seen him as an enemy. So I want us to be more deliberate with the things we want to do. I want us to be more deliberate. You don't need to make them your enemies to create a change. That is where the problems come from. Now, coming to,
Okay,
I've
thank
talked
you
about
so
where
much.
we are. Okay, I still have
All
some
right.
things to say. Sorry. Yeah. So
All right,
now,
just round up.
where we are, I've talked about where we are coming from. Where we are now, at the moment now, we listening to what their brother from English-speaking part of Cameroon said, and we are seeing a replica of some of them in the East today. That is where we are. I could remember when I was in school, 30th of May 2015, so many people were kidnapped in war. Those that escaped with bullet injuries were brought to teaching hospital in Njenje, and police came to that place and still packed them. Some of them ran to the school hostels, and the students actually hit some of them. I was a witness to that. And I kept telling my classmates then that with the way things are going, one day these guys will turn on us that felt that we are educated, and it is gradually going to that place. And that is where we are headed to at the moment. One day, the way you are moving freely today, one day it will get to a point that you cannot move freely again. It is heading to that place. What is the solution? Hello?
What you are saying is not true. I want to ask you a question. Please don't be angry. No, I'll forget about this question. You said something about these guys not attacking Abaribi and Bazuliki, like you said. No, I want to ask you a question. I'm not talking. I just want to ask you a question, and it's a very, very big lie. Have you ever heard IPOB said no election? I mean, you don't have someone like Baribe supporting you, and you don't have plans of returning him to keep representing you. Let's stop lying to ourselves. We like talking about how we always attack IPOB, how they are our brothers, they kill them. IPOB does not listen. And here you are, I'm sorry, still lying. You can't tell me you don't want the election, and you tell me that Abaribe is supporting you, and you don't make plans to elect people like Abaribe, more of him that will represent you. This is the issue I have with them. So why would you not tell me that, oh, they support Abaribe, but when it comes to election, they don't want to vote, or say, okay, let's push people like Abaribe that will represent us? Why is it like that? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Number one, I want to correct you.
Hello. Oh, J-Waves. I kindly request for Mike. I would like to ask you one or two questions. One of the questions I would like to ask you now, look at how you made Mazob to appear saintly and became the victim. Some of us remember what Mazob did when they rained terror in Anambra State and beyond, and other, in fact, its eastern region. Remember how they interrupted 2006 census and insisted that the Igbo people would never participate in that census. The consequence of that census is what we are still living with now. What is the consequence? We are declared minority. I think someone even sang it in a song. And what happened during that time? They were killing people, our own people who were going around conducting the same census. They poured acid on people. All right. So when you come out here and when police started targeting them, how do you expect people who they have been destroying their properties, stealing from, come out to defend them? That is what we are heading to. The way our society is structured, when the Ambazonian guy is talking, I'm picturing, Igbo land, because I know how our people behave. We are so keenly knitted together that there's nothing, no single person that will ever do anything that can't be singled out. It is not possible. So when you do something, you are easily going to be singled out if they want to. Now, when you become a menace, when you become a very big, huge problem, how this will work it will be a simple thing. One single person will be a victim, just one single person. That blood will become very violent, that everything will be triggered. Just go mark what I said now. A single, if I know people, their blood is very calm, and when they be very violent, that single person, and where they are now, make the mistake, just the person's spirit or blood is very violent. You will to trigger something that you guys will never ever contest. So yeah, I go back and if you see reverse. So you become overnight the enemy already, the enemies of the people. Nobody will ever come out proudly and say that they are IPOB. And that's why you need to curtail the excesses now. And you don't want to listen. You call anybody who is disagreeing with you as if the person hates Igbo land. Look at the example of Alibu in development initiative that I was part of. I am still part of. Look at the kind of response we got from IPOB members on that project. The response we got from them was, the responses were very, very saddening. Very, very saddening. So it is not about these people who, look, we are in this situation together. The people who are not aggressive, who are not taking up arms, are not the weaklings. They believe that this thing could have been solved in a better way. And when they were so late in Pama, Ogon, there are people who like to fight every time. They want anytime they resort to fight. Then when they both dialogue, and if you look at over time, there has never been a time physical fighting a win Ife. Because at the end of the day, dialogue, the person that dialogue more, be a win more. Or the medieval period, when that's one. Medieval era, Gachago, or Gafego. We are now in 21st century. What we are looking at is dialogue, superior arguments. We have to dialogue. We have to continue to dialogue. Whether you disagree or agree, we continue to dialogue. There should never be a time where I will raise my hand or you raise your hand. That is what civilization is all about. Now, there is no excuse when someone is outside this frame. If you are violent, there should not be excuse for you. If you are anti-dialogue, there should not be any excuse or whatever emotional sentiment for you. If you go out and do, physically hurt someone else, you should be able to bear the consequence. Physically, bear the consequence. The law should take its course immediately, so that we eradicate from our society some, charlatans. Because if you keep pampering and harboring these people, they will become a menace not just to me and to you, but to our children. Okay? So let us understand what we are doing. We are engineering our society with the way and manner we, somehow accommodate certain type of behavior or level of insanity or inanity. We should know the type of thing we condone, because the more you give room, to some of this nonsense, the more it keeps expanding. It's called concept creep. Concept creep has no limit. It keeps expanding until you get to the point where you can no longer control it. So give them access. You accept the first sit at home, then see that you comply. The second sit at home, you see you comply. The third, then the next you see it 1 week. The next you see 1 month. All right? There's no end in sight in any madness. There's no measure. There's no end in sight to that. So, Joey's, if you can hear me, I would like to tell you that I was never the victim. Yes, they are brothers, right? But look, we are all in this mess together. And we're not the alumna. Nobody has it, better. Come collective, come together. Come together. Let's elect the kind of leader you want. Come together. But you refuse. You refuse to be part of the political process. And you tell me that how many of these IPOB now? Most of our people here, the last time have voted. Many of our people have voted in their entirety, but they've not voted for once. They've not participated in a political election for once. For once, I was still a teenager, when I voted my first time. And I was in Lagos. I had to travel. I left my parents in Lagos
to East to come and vote because I wanted to participate in another state governorship election. That's how passionate I am to political process because I wanted to be part of it. That my particular vote. I was the only person that left my house, traveled down to East just to vote as a teenager. But if you have only 30 years, Keta, enjoy your last to vote. When was the first time or last or single vote in the bureau? And you expect some level of changes. You expect somebody with your that is sympathetic to your cause to come and become your leader. It will not happen. You can't reap where you not sow. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. The world is never a charity organization. If you are not part of the process, you will never be part of the eating cabinet. You will never. So that's what I have to tell you, J. If you are still here. But since you are no longer here, kindly request for Mike. I will still accept you for you to, make your final submission. But I just have to tell you that then after that, let's have Ada Idemili, you are back. There are two Ada Idemili. The first Ada, let's have your contribution. You wanted to interject when Njenje was talking. At some point, I think her network yanked her off. J. you are back. Make your submission in less than 20 seconds or 30 seconds. Just make it snappy, then we'll have Ada.
Okay, thank you very much, Uche. So, sorry, let me just correct something. Ada, please, when we have intellectual discourse, it's very, very wrong to attack the person of another by calling the person a liar, or you can only bring up your facts to the person. Then, back to what I was saying, this is where we are. We are here now, and we are going to have said it that it will get to a point that we will never, just like a class war is in, and it may likely get to that point. What is my solution? My solution is confrontational. You can't confront them because you will gain nothing. You will end up destroying whatever thing you have left when you go confrontational. What do? We must come back to talk with them. And how do you talk with them? They have someone or they have some people they listen to. And you must talk to them through those ones they listen to. Now, if you listen to the guy from Cameroon who spoke, the people the Amazonians listen to, the people that do bring them together are still in jail in Yaoundé while they are trying to dialogue. And it can't work that way. You must bring out those their leaders and dialogue with them. And that is the case with IPOB. Anything other than that, if we as elites, as we call it, if we cannot push and ensure that the government start dialoguing with their leaders who are in jail, I'm sorry, we might not get anything. And if we go to confront them, it will be disastrous. Thank you.
All right,
thank
you. Thank you, Jewis. And at the end of the day, you also calculate your costs and losses because as the abattoirs are go mile. While you are doing that, you also check the consequence of your action. The Ambazonians, who are the ones losing, the elites or the ordinary people in Ambazonia? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. So let's bring in Ada, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you said most of the things anyway, but I think I would like to drop these few points. First off, I want to tell IPOB, me, I used to believe in them before. In fact, I used to even believe that they don't even need to join the political process. And being less emotional and looking at the whole thing, I found out that it won't take us anywhere. And before I forget, I think Ohanes also have youth wing. Most of them don't even know. And most of us don't even try to join because we can't keep saying that they are not doing the right thing and we don't join the youth wing. It's when you enter, you now infiltrate and take over. You can't be outside and keep saying, oh, they are not doing it right. Same like what is happening in Alibo now. Apple cannot keep complaining. We are complaining before I was born. After I was born, we are complaining. We are still complaining. It will get to a point we'll start asking ourselves some certain questions. It is that time we look inward, for Christ's sake. And nobody will do that for us. There are some things we are supposed to build in Alibo and have a bargaining chip for Christ's sake. If you don't have it, nobody will listen to you. Where you engage the thing, more than only okay, and it's a painful truth that we have to accept, no matter what. We don't have any bargaining chip. That's why this zone is treated anyhow the way they like. The Southwest were Lagos, so we can make it see they will take their Lagos and the feudal is shaking. South where they are oil. The Northerners are in charge of the military and other paramilitaries too. You can't tell me that a major tribe like Indibo, and these are what we'll be intentional to do. It doesn't just take a year to know. You build it, and from there, before you notice, the narrative will change. We don't have anything here. If Nigerians decide to off their network tomorrow, we are cut off from other parts of Nigeria. These are common sense that we should be looking into, not just using emotions to blind our people and telling them how Biafra will be an Edrado. It won't be. It won't be. We don't even have anything here. So it's high time we start looking inwards. Right. If IPOB want people that will speak to them, elect people that will also talk about you in key positions. Do you know you can secretly sponsor someone and they will infiltrate everywhere? This is the right thing to do. Not just sitting and saying you will not join, and you want to criticize. Thank you. Yeah,
thank you so much. So we have Chimeze. After Chimeze, we have Akilu, then Mazi, Ikemba. Chimeze, Bapi also do it in less than 2 minutes. So we have Akilu.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This I'm seeing these people doing gara. These IPOB people doing gara. Something happened when this sit at home started. What they normally do in my village is they will go there any day we have market day and scatter it. They used to come from wherever they are coming from. So
what's the name of your village?
I don't want to call it. But its name. So one day, what happened is that people planned actually to burn the buses they used to come and do all this sit at home this thing. And it was a perfect plan. But the issue, we found out that some of them were young men that were from the neighboring villages, and some of them were actually our brothers. So what we decided to do is to leave them because it might not, they are just not with anyone, they were just destroying things. But if not that some people were like, okay, let us just leave them because it might not worth the life of people. Believe me, those boys will be burned when they want to come and enforce their sit at home. They're actually very easy to track. The only thing that is happening is that because people are seeing them as if you kill or if you harm them, you might harm one of your own. That's why they are doing gaga, sit at home. They are very, very easy to track. So I think the people doing this IPOB this thing should consider their stance, because when people turn against them, the only thing that is holding people is because people are still seeing them as our brothers. If not, they're just a small fly that can be dealt with. When you can have yourself, all they will just do is come. And the funny thing is, according to IPOB, there's no criminal in Igbo land. They can recruit anybody. Never do wells. All the loafers in the village are now IPOB members. Do you look at your recruitment process? Every bad egg is an IPOB member. Do you know what these people are doing? If I have issue with you, all I need to do is to join IPOB. Sit at home day. Even if it's you're not doing, they even come to your place and burn it. Okay, during the what's it called? The COVID lockdown. There's some places you can move around with your car now. The only thing is that you avoid police checkpoints, right? Maybe you can move from here to here and here. But these people will tell you don't even bring out your car at all. Around, okay, let me just call my axis. That four corner, Obe, Ozala, Akbugu, Agbani, axis of Enugu State. What they do there every Monday is something else. Go and look at the number of cars they usually burn every Monday. Believe me, what is stopping people is that once they start attacking them, we might kill one of our brothers or neighboring village. That is why we have not started. But when the thing will get out of hand, believe me, nobody will care if it's your brother again If they try that nonsense of coming out to bomb people's car, they might not like it. And I believe I heard one of my friends from Imo State who's talking about it. Most towns, most people have plan for these boys. It will get to a stage whereby we'll take the laws into our hands. But the issue is they're just afraid that it might affect our own. But these people that we call our own do not want to reason like that. All they care about is destruction. Why not sit at home? I don't even know when Nnamdi Kanu went to Kenya. I did not know who sent him there. So why should it be my business to bring him out? And I must say, even as much as the Southeast governors are useless, they are actually trying to even negotiate on his behalf. Have you heard what Nnamdi Kanu was saying against them? Look at Ike Ekweremadu went to visit Nnamdi Kanu the other day. He's actually a good person. If you were the one that was humiliated the way I pop you, do you think as a man will you go and speak on his behalf? Let's be honest to ourselves. Have you heard what Nnamdi Kanu is saying against our governors, in as much as they are useless? But listen to them every day. And then these are the same people you want to go and negotiate on your behalf. If you don't negotiate on my behalf, I'll make sure I kill everybody. IPOB, they do not know who is your brother, their brother. All they care is destroy, destroy. And the funny thing is, those who are educated, they can't control these boys anymore. In every village now, there are cells. And they're very easy to fish out. The other thing is that you don't want to fish out your brother. You don't want to fish out those close to you. But
Okay.
I believe the IPOB members, let me just round up. I believe the IPOB members are here. Take it to your authorities. When it will get out of hand, you will not escape.
All right.
That's nonsense now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. It is what we are preaching. So many of them who are, who can join at least a space or be on Facebook, talk to these people. Let them stop this thing, because it is getting to a point whereby the people will turn against it. They are not listening. No. You can't push people to the wall and expect not to. See, forget that I'm the one saying it. This is me echoing what millions of people have in mind. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? If I know what you are doing is hurting us, I'm telling you, don't stop us from going to the market. Allow us to get to the market. The economy is very bad. Our children are not going to school. Let's still allow some of these things. Look at what message somebody sent me in my DM. I said, every armed robber in Igbo land is now a freedom fighter. He will enforce sit at home. He will rob and kidnap. The next day, he will preach Biafra at the market square. Once he identifies Onyendu as his personal Lord and Savior, all his sins are washed away. All the armed robbers and kidnappers in Igbo land now fly the flag. They will decimate the police in the name of Biafra. Then they will dispossess other Biafrans, snatch their cars, sometimes snatch their lives. That is where we are. When the army catches them, they will become victimized. Biafran youths arbitrarily arrested by a high-handed military intent on crushing a legitimate quest for their self-determination becomes the topic. Ohaneze will issue a statement, but before they are picked up, they will continue to masquerade as freedom fighters and ransack the land. That's where we are in the Igbo land. And it's in a very hard place. This is something someone sent to me in my DM. So I needed to read this to let you guys understand that we are not here to have any other debate other than to tell you to stop this menace, stop this nonsense. It is affecting us. Can't you just listen? Have we said stop preaching Biafra? Have we said stop talking about our independence? Have we said, but stop this action that they are taking upon our people? It is hurting us. It is hurting us. And we can only say that it is hurting us. And that's why we are saying it. That's the only thing we can say now. Now look at what Njenje said. Their people have planned, but only to realize that some of them are their people. So what if they had planned and executed it? So let us see. Well, we just keep on saying, but I encourage all of us, please, let us stop this sugarcoating. We are in a very serious situation. You say it the way it should be said. Don't come and tell me how it started. We know. Don't come and tell me about what happened in. Well, I know I lost people there. I lost someone there. And that is not where we are at now. We are talking about current situation. How do we solve it? With this current situation, what happening? Will it solve what happened in 2017? Will it bring back those that died in 2017? Will it somehow, bring back the economy or the money, everything? Excuse me, we lost in 2017. Will it do that? No, it will not. So, Akilu, let's have your own view on this. Akilu, on this.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I would love Chimeze to mute himself from his end.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, my brother. First of all, honestly, I've been waiting to speak on this thing for over an hour. Finally, I've gotten this opportunity. I'm a Biafra, and I'm an Igbo man, and I'm also a supporter of IPOB. But number one thing I'll not take is that you, Uche, I'm not attacking anybody, and I'm not insulting anybody. I think it is hard time we start differentiating criminals, prison escape, air convict from IPOB members. Not when you go under work abuse, you see one madman that is mentally ill, a criminal. You pick up gun and see somebody, you say he's an IPOB member. I've been saying this thing for a very long time now. IPOB, since the time now they cannot say this thing. He has never told anybody, go there, kill somebody. Force Mr. This one to stay home. Tell this one to do this. He never said anything like that. He always speaks of between the people. He has never ordered any Igbo man to kill somebody or destroy somebody's property or something else. So one says that we should learn to differentiate. This thing is like, I would say it now, but if we say, okay, they normally say DSS or this one. This is a political something. All these criminals disturbing us, people, our former governors and people benefiting from Abuja, they are sponsoring them. They are all our people. They are not part of us. And again, the way you and Nathan speak about the Biafra, I see you people don't even appreciate the little things they have done for Igbo. Now let you know that, for instance, if not for Marvin Nambekano, we will not have farmers in our village. My mother, your mother, our relatives cannot go into the farm and come out peacefully. Kill them there. But this man came out without asking for 1 naira from any Igbo. Give me 1 naira. He formed the ESN just to defend Igbo. If not for him and the ESN, my brother, even this one, these criminals that are disturbing our land, burning Okada, carrying guns, they cannot even stop those guys. So when you're trying to say bad about somebody, please, for the sake of, there's a part of the Bible that says, speak the truth in love. You are not one just come here, most time happen. If you want to say something, you don't open mouth, wow. As if there are special people that are paying to divide a little or what will I say, or what will I call it? So that's not how things are done. This man here, okay, the way they are doing the piece of film now is wrong. It's a song. But the way we are, Afam and you, the way you are saying this thing, I think there's something hard inside or something difficult. When a criminal in your village sees somebody, you just snap his picture and the IPOB and LNK. Did he tell you that he's an IPOB member? How IPOB members have identity card if you don't know? Ask that criminal where's your identity card. He doesn't have it. So up to today, up to tomorrow, Madam Nambekano have never ordered anybody to kill somebody in Alibo. Kill anybody outside and say, okay, this one is not part of my movement, shoot him or insult him. You say, oh boss, commenting on people's posts and something, you say IPOB members. They are not IPOB members, my brother. They are not IPOB members.
All right. You said you're a member of IPOB. Am I correct, Akilu?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm going to respond to you because you called my name, and that's why. Now, the first thing I want to debunk and trash completely right now is the fact that it was, if not for Nambekano, nobody would have gone to farm in Ibola. That is completely false. That's a lie. That is incorrect. That is never true. The reason is, number one, is that there's no ESN. Is there anything like ESN in Edo State? Is there anything like ESN in Edo State?
The host, are you
Is
still
there
there?
any,
Or is it me?
is there anything like ESN in Delta State? Is there anything like ESN in Cross River? Do we have ESN in Benue even to start with? Now, are they still farming? Hold on. I'm coming. Are they still farming? The answer is yes. Are there ESN in Nasarawa State? Yes. No. But are they still farming? The answer is yes. Do they have issue of herdsmen, invading their land? Yes. Okay. Now, when did this ESN? When was it established? 2020, right? And before then, was Nnamdi Kanu there? Yes. Well, were people going to farm in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20? Yes. Now, I have experienced Fulani. In fact, the first investment I ever had as a young graduate from school, where I came back from Ebonyi State, where I served, during my youth service. The first investment I had was actually destroyed by Fulani herdsmen. Okay, so I've had first-hand experience. Okay, I've had first-hand experience of this menace, and I am always speaking against it. I'm always talking about it. However, if you come and say that it's because of, and this is the lie you guys go around preaching, why would you say something like that and expect people who are reasonable, who have seen it elsewhere? Like I just gave you example of what happened in what's happened, the situation in the Ondo State, in situation in Edo State. Edo State does not have ESN. Do they still farm? The answer is yes.
Well, not equally.
So if you come here and say that it's because of ESN, that's why that my mother or our mothers are still going to the farm, then you are lying. That's not true. Okay? Then you say that the way we go around talking about IPOB, that's somewhere you guys go around talking about Myanmar farm. We are in support of Anambra State election. We are IPOB in
No.
I'm sorry for that break. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. So were you in support of the Anambra State election? Be honest.
Yeah. At the point, from the very first beginning, I wasn't in support.
All right.
At the end,
okay. You were not in support of Anambra State election. And
from the beginning.
Yes. So, and I was in support of that. And you are asking what did the IPOB do to me or to our farm? You were against election in my state, Anambra State. You insisted that there should not be an election, that people should never come out. In fact, what you did resulted to the lowest turnout, in an election, in a gubernatorial election ever we've had in Nigeria. That was what you did. And you're asking me what is the problem? Why are we, talking about IPOB? Look at what you've caused. Then secondly, you are the one issuing order. Do you know what it means to issue order? It's only government or people who are elected that reserve the right primarily to issue order. But you are now issuing order as a non-state actor. Non-state actor means that you are not elected by, and nobody gave you mandate, or you're operating because you have the violence, superior violence at a point. I mean, currently you have the superior violence, and that's why anybody who goes against it will be, something will be unleashed on the person. A lot of things have happened to many people who are, openly against IPOB. Why is it that it's difficult for people to openly say something against IPOB? Why? Because it is ticket to death, right? is ticket to death.
So
that is the truth. That is the truth. Come to my inbox. You are not in my inbox. You are not in Afam's inbox. We receive countless of death threats every now and then, even as I'm talking to you right now. Wait, it's not.
They are not.
Who told you they are not IPOB member?
I want you and Afam to know how to differentiate.
How do I differentiate that? And why would I see? You want us to know how to differentiate between IPOB and criminals, but you are the one brilliant. You are the one creating the environment. In the bias, you are the one they go and fetch the firewood infested with ants, and you expect me to come and somehow sieve the one that is not the one that is real ant and the one that is not ant. It's not done anywhere. You created the environment that enables people to sit at home. Now, whoever that is coming to enforce it, you should be bold and courageous enough to accept the responsibility. That is the same thing that is happening in Ambazonia. People, you do something, you come out to deny. Why are you denying it? It is still okay. Afam.
It's Afam. I'm sorry to interject there. I don't know why we are still going back and forth with these very dishonest people. Sometimes I don't know if they think they are having this interaction with toddlers, or maybe embryo, cardinal fonne, or something like that. While we're having this conversation, I got a lot of DMs from our sisters and brothers in Cameroon, and maybe when I'm chanced and when I'm very much settled, I'll post some of them on the timeline, and the message is clear. The message from them is very, very clear. If we know what is good for us, that we should, if we know what is good for us in the SouthEast, that we should put an end to this sit at home, because the next agenda these guys are coming with, it is going to be demonic. We know what is good for us. These are our sisters and our brothers from the Ambazonian side of Cameroon. They've been sending me DMs. I'm sure they probably sent Uche DMs to you, and he hasn't seen it. So I'll settle down and post some of their messages. So Onyabunana call it is not us, it is them, it is the criminals, it is DSS. It in Gaza, you are a jumbo. Do you know what is jumbo? You are a complete jumbo. You come to a public space where they have over 300 people, and you come here to spew nonsense. Now you should examine yourself. You need to go and examine yourself. No election in Anambra State. The election has come and gone. What was the benefit of screaming no election for months after disfranchising in the Anambra? Careful Melachi. Did you bring Nnamdi out?
No.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the space now.
All right. All right.
Please, I want to sit at home will not stop. Come back from island and copy.
I think you are tactically threatening us here. Akilu, I don't know. With the two you've been talking with.
No, he said sit at home will not stop. That's what he said. And we are telling him that we are going to stand on our foot. We may be slow in coming up, but when we come, it must stop. Okay, and we are just looking at and hoping that somehow you guys will reason with us. But it seems like you are not.
They don't want
to
reason.
Even interested.
They don't want to reason. They lie a lot.
And we are
Listen
telling
to all
you
of them speaking today.
You just said that. You just said no. Hold on, Ada. He said something that I should be able to discriminate between the criminals and IPOB members, and he's here saying that sit at home will never stop.
How they do their recruitment.
Right? And he's a member, and he is a member of
Ask
IPOB.
him how they do their recruitment.
This is dishonest.
Ask him. We listened to radio. I was another follower of Nnamdi Kanu. He got to a point, I stopped following him, I stopped listening to him. Ask him how they do their recruitment. You hear talks like, go to your ward, join any IPOB member group there. Ask him how they do their recruitment. You go to party, they filter people that join. You give room for these migrants to, come in and own the narrative. You can't go to, imagine someone telling me, you can't go to UPUEC and talk something about IPOB. You can never say something, even have a constructive argument with them. They will attack you, which is fact and true. Don't tell me that there are no IPOB members. They are.
This is visible to everyone to see. So why do you come on space and start lying? People will see on videos. The videos that was all over the internet yesterday, was it Uche that formed it or our farm that formed it? Why do we keep lying to ourselves? If they start posting their DMs now, you tell me that, oh, they open Twitter account and tell people to come and say in favor of Ambazonia or say against Ambazonia, which is what I'm expecting, because I know they will start posting their DMs once they end this space. And I'm expecting you guys to come with your narrative, because so now they're like, is you. They don't tell me they are criminals.
Honestly,
criminals are part of you guys. This is the simple truth. You guys made room for them to be recruited, and they've been causing havoc. We are seeing the videos. You don't come and deny it and keep lying to us, especially we that are on the ground in the East know what is happening.
Okay, I want to quickly make a point here. My name is Michael. I'm from the south of Nigeria. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about two things: the Aki guy and the Njenje guy. So you said you're from Enugu, and you know where these guys are coming in from, and because they are your brothers, you don't want to attack them. Excuse me. 2020, we had similar situation here in Lagos, where we had 1 million boys and people came outside to defend their properties, to defend their household. If deep down, let me say, just talk to yourself, eh? If you're not part of these guys, I'm very sure you'll go to where they are and actually feed them out and give them properly. I cannot have a business that I've wasted so many of my life giving up money, trying to invest in my business, and all of a sudden I have some mistrust, destroying my own business. I'll take you down. I don't give a fuck if you're my brother, or if you're my friend, or if you're my enemy. I will take you down. You don't know how long I actually mentioned this kind of business. Since you say you know where these people are, go and look for them. When you look for them, the Nigerian military will actually come and support you people. You're telling me, they are your brothers, they are this and that, because they don't kill your brothers. My brother, you are an IPOB member. And the other one, actually, that is saying is an IPOB member, he was in support of the governorship election. Is this kind of people want to be great for IPOB? How do you be this kind of person from IPOB before you know they start calling you intellectual, sabo, this and that? These guys are irredeemable. These IPOB guys are irredeemable. I was here when your leader, supreme leader, was saying go to the stations, release there, this and that. These are criminals who actually brought into the struggle. And tomorrow you tell me it's DSS that is doing all this nonsense. How? We start 1 million boys here in Lagos. We defend ourselves. If you cannot defend yourself, so we are waiting for them to destroy the whole of the Southeast before you not defend yourself. That's bullshit. It's paining me. I'm not even on the Southeast, but it's paining me. It's paining me. Young boys are literally coming to Asama, leaving the whole of Southeast to this mistrust. And you're telling me, you know where they are your brother. Almost kill those bastards. They're not your brothers. Someone kill your business is not your brother. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. At this point now, things are very terrible that we are even afraid to even coexist or maybe tell them that you did wrong.
Okay. I think network just yanked you up. Akilu, I brought you back because you left here, insulting the sensibility of people who disagreed with you. You said something and you mentioned my name, and I responded because my name was mentioned. And I made it clear the reason why I had to respond to you was because my name was mentioned. And I had to tell you that there's nothing like Nnamdi Kanu because of Nnamdi Kanu, that's why we can farm. It's not true. That is a lie. It's a lie that you guys have told over time, and it now seems to be true. We still have Fulani Menace right now in the Southeast. We still have cows roaming around in the Southeast up to this very moment. There is no ESN in Edo State. There is no ESN in Cross River. There is no ESN in Delta State, Kogi State. And these people still go to the farm. How did they do it? So you just don't come here and say things and expect us to swallow it hook, lines, and sinker. It does not work that way. You will be interrogated. You will be interrogated. And that's why this is not working. You are keeping us at home against our will. On Monday, we are at home. On Tuesday, we are at home. Wednesday, Thursday, we are still at home. This is insanity. This madness. And we are showing you, look at where we are going to. Because there's no end in sight to this. You said that we always do. I'm sure you are not living in the Southeast, because if you live in the Southeast, you will not be saying this. You can't be living in the Southeast and you are saying this, Akilu. If you live in the Southeast and you experience this level of lockdown and you are a business person, you can never have this mindset. But time will come. All of us that are running away will be, not just here, will not just be hostile. Outside will also be hostile. And that time, you will not go and find where to live. By that time, your home must have been, you must have destroyed your home. And that's what we're saying. Let us stop this nonsense, because it is triggering massive migration. Young people are leaving Southeast on a daily. I know a lot of people, they are leaving every single day in droves, and nobody is returning. Now, the ripple effect is that, again, apart from brain drain, and what is the workforce? I'm not talking about brain drain now. Brain drain is a default setting. Then the workforce will be zero. So why do you think this sit at home will somehow bring freedom to Nnamdi Kanu, Akilu?
I think you will. First of all, I'm sorry for the way I left myself. It was due to the way I asked, and that was the same thing I normally complain. And everybody has fun, everybody has data, everybody talks for each other. So we are going to give our opinion. I don't take my opinion, and that one was, I don't know, that's not how to do things. I came here to give out, to bring out my point, talk the way I think. So normally, to be honest, honestly speaking, the situation is getting out of hand. Truly speaking, it is getting out of hand. And another thing I want to correct is that the sit at home, those guys that are making sure that those sit at home doing it in a very bad
So
way.
why did you say that this sit at home will continue when you are leaving? Since you acknowledge that it's getting out of hand.
I was trying to ratio my life and only people
So
decide anything on a leave. Like you can just I think something on Twitter, important things to happen. So I'm just trying to tell him that it's empty. You cannot go further here. So it is when you talk quietly, you talk well, you speak to people that okay, this is what this thing people are doing, it's not right. It's supposed to be like this, supposed to be. They will notice to the matter and say, okay, does we really have the point? Should we amend the rules and regulations? Not shouting on people that
Actually, which other way do you want Afamo and Uche to talk to IPOB members, please? Because this shout on them, I don't understand.
I always read your things after. Please become a member.
If you want me, I'm not diplomatic like Wiki. You understand? Let me tell you, I'm not diplomatic like Wiki. Onu sexy bedroom boys are good. You understand? In my love, if you equal nonsense, open any day, you understand? Open all of you, all the threats you sent to them, I just stop them and keep. You understand? Anybody's face.
peace. You understand? You understand? And I will not be diplomatic like Gucci. I don't know how to tolerate nonsense. Yet I go, I young kicking kids were bullying, and I don't be born. It will I'm a poor. It born. I don't be people talk to you like kids were bullying you, elected governor or what? Can you imagine the nonsense? Now we are.
We are not going to tell. We are not going to tell. Those people you retweet are your fellow people. After they pay you, you start retweeting for them. IPOB member should be. Go ask that guy if he's an IPOB member. Ask him one question about IPOB. He doesn't know. Which I saw all the things you retweeted about some guys with guns. Why do you not pick a criminal? Even in Nigeria now, we have so many criminals.
Akilu, listen, Genta. Wait, listen. Okay, now this is the issue. It creates a room, a big vacuum in there. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to explain it for you to understand. Okay, the other day I see that IPOB have cancelled the Monday sit-at-home. Who are now the people enforcing this Monday sit-at-home? We see it. And the funny thing is that ABA online and on Twitter and all over the timeline, you see IPOB members. These are members with followers, massive followers. And there are people with accounts more from and our support here. Mona Hana, the thing how you could also, I can't stop it now. Or they will stop talking. I want to ask you. You keep saying, "Oh, we should differentiate." Akilu, as an IPOB member, how do you guys recruit your members? I want to know. How do you guys recruit? It doesn't even. It's not about giving the card members or what, because you can easily recruit someone and you get a card. Someone made a statement today, and if investigated, might be true, because I don't like concluding. Also, now being with the problem na village aketa, they join IPOB to settle scores. And when any day when any sit at home, whether a wicked in the mud. You can never wish these things away. You can't just imagine on people with knock at kubia. These things are reality. You wishing it away will not solve the issues or won't solve the problem in the IPOB. People are not coming out is because they are afraid. And what is 100% security. They will fish you guys out. You think they're happy with what is going? Go to Olo and interview the people who do all. Just listen to them. And Uncle Ekite now said, I'm lying. Go there and listen. You're from Imo State. Go there. Interview them and ask them some questions. None of them is happy with what is happening. They might have accepted IPOB before, but with the way you guys turned out, they are not happy with you guys. They are just afraid. How do you guys do your own recruitment? Say, talk to them. I don't even understand talk to them which way. I think there's no man again, Afam and Bushy will talk to them, because I know that these guys, they always talk and tweet, but you guys always insult them. Even me, I know I meant about me, sometimes I lose it and I give it to them back. They'll call you a shower, call you this one, and which other way do you want them to talk to them? Which other way do you want Afam and Bushy to talk to this guy? I want to know. By licking their ass or what?
In every organization, there are always bad eggs. So you cannot use the attitude of the bad ones to describe everybody totally.
Who are the good ones?
Now you're admitting there are bad eggs. Fine. I like the way we are coming down now to your level. You're admitting there are bad. This is what I wanted the problem to agree to. Your organization is not 100%. Me, I even have issues where you guys run it. Is it gonna every criminal? No, because everyone else on the market, I probably where they are not getting more. And I can't get any was the problem. Everybody I need distance to them. So fine, it's good. At least we'll know where we'll start solving these issues. Now you've admitted that every organization that bad eggs. And the funny thing is that be safe. How do you know that tomorrow politicians will not use them or they will turn against you guys? You see the issue I'm talking about. If you go here, I'm gonna now. You know, talk to them in which manner, talk to them. Who don't want to reason with you, people that treat you with violence. Just like those videos that were going on yesterday. Does these people think that you can even talk to them? Make us when another guy machine ya. Can you share on what this person no giant? We can open an orgala. This is what you are doing to your fellow brother. Assume they are not member of IPOB. Who told you? If you go and ask the villagers now, they will tell you their history. But you are not told you. Most of our parents don't even allow us to talk about Biafra. They will say, shut up, shut up, shut up. My dad used to tell me, if I go out and anybody is talking about that, I should just shut up. It's only afraid that they might kill me or unleash me, which is the sentiment and is the reality. You cannot wish it away. It's true. You could talk about Biafra and you don't tally with them. Most of them, all these albums, they will start looking for something to injure you. Why is it that way? Why is it like that? Because that's what your organization, the message they are passing. And it's the truth.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to bring some of the people who have raised their hands since here, and they have, they have been here for a while now. I will just mention their name, and they will just speak, and maybe we'll just be rounding up. I need to do other things, man. Since morning can never. If I can be an let's spend my data. Yeah, I can manage every day. Then nkuchaya potaigasum na kezifa na adako na outside to limegi. They start saying all manner of things. Go on YouTube where we are broadcasting live. Go and see what they are saying there. So I'll bring in Mazi, Kafia, Duji Network, Yankee Google off. Then Elian John, you follow after Mazi, Zoom 6, that's Mazi. Then Daberechi, I guess, followed by Doziri, along the, this way, Kaigiswe, Gayaketa, then Uyi, Biko, Baponi also.
Okay. Good afternoon, Muche and everybody, brothers. See, to be very honest, just see this whole thing is doesn't just make sense at all. One thing about this life, when there's a good cause, there will always be people with agenda, good or bad. That is one thing that I understand. But lately, with what I've been seeing with this IPOB, with what the IPOB has been doing, I've been so disappointed because I don't know. I was thinking, I've always thought about this IPOB as, we Easterners, not a cause that is being forced on the people. Because I know any cause that is being forced on someone, we should all be wary about how it will look like when they succeed. If these people can be this bad now, so what will be the outcome when we really get this IPOB movement of a thing? Because it doesn't just sit well. Southeast is one of the most underdeveloped part of Nigeria, and you just wake up and tell people to sit at home. Like, where do you do that kind of thing? That is one thing that makes me tired of we Igbos, the way we reason, so backward. So, yes, we are so eager to make money, but our reasoning doesn't just apply with the way we make money because there's no development aside hotels. I'm from Imo State, but aside hotels, what other develop? I can call many states in the East that no development there. You just wake up and tell people to sit at home. How do they feed? When they come outside, you destroy that. See, to be very honest,
I think network young team of the next person should speak. While we are talking, some people are going to the various speakers DM threatening them. I have just received the message now that they are threatening people with violence. That's what we are dealing with. But we must continue. We must continue. The next person, please. Who is the next person? I mentioned you guys' names. Now, how would you? Okay, Elian.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, welcome.
Actually, I don't know where to start. I have been listening to this space for some time now. My name is Elian John. I am an Igbo from our district. I'm very impressed with all the inputs from people, and in fact, I never knew there are still this number of people who hold these views and who are actually seeing things the way they are. For some time, I was actually one of the people warming up, thinking I can do something like run for the governorship of Abia State, be all I could do all my planning, thinking that, okay, fine, I have what it takes to fix things. But I got discouraged. The reason why I got discouraged is if you view all the things that has been happening to Alibo, bringing all this, adding it to all the things at home, you start thinking, how can anyone bring changes politically or structurally to Alibo? It's almost impossible because it just dawned on me that Alibo, we are lacking in terms of education. We bank on the fact that Alibo Diego, we always bank on that because we believe that we make money and all that stuff. But if you look around, our problem is actually that money we make. We abandon education for money. And when you talk about money, what we do is, am I still okay? What we do mostly is trade. We don't do business. I try to explain to people we don't have any investment in Alibo. We need a total change. But when you see what is actually going on, you realize that we are very, very far behind. Coming to talk about thing, at first, I thought it was supposed to be a good movement until I came closer. I am not based in Nigeria, so I meet people and I talk and see what goes on. And I found out that this has to do with a lot of selfish interest. And that is the reason why most IPOB followers are never told the truth. Not really that, not just that they are not being told the truth. They are not even given the chance, like somebody rightly said, and everyone just said the same thing. You can't hold any kind of constructive conversation with them. It's impossible. Partly because they've been manipulated so much and with propaganda that they believe everything. That just kind of reveal or expose we Igbos, let's say socially and culturally. It just exposed our level or the very, very frustrating. For instance, every of the narrative they have, they do something, you try to talk about that thing, they tell you yes, yes. Okay? Like when you guys were questioning the other speaker about this ESN thing, when the ESN was formed, I spoke to people around me telling them, listen, something is wrong because once you start an armed struggle, it doesn't end well. I gave examples. Afghanistan, Tigray, South Sudan, Liberia, even when it started. Okay, then come to the closest one to us, where the Amazonian. All right, here we have a problem. We are copying a lot of things from this Amazonian struggle without actually filtering out the one that has worked for them and the one that has not worked for them. How did we get here? How? Now, there are things I really can say because somehow I got to get a lot of internal information about the structural thing that goes on inside, and so I am completely disappointed with we as individuals. Is this really who we are? I used to think we are very, very smart people. But if we can easily be manipulated, just look at it. Over the years, we've always been manipulated. And that is the reason why, if you check, I found out something in Alibo. The way we choose people that lead us, I think, is the problem. Just try to check around. In every organization in Alibo, every time there is an organization, the only people that can lead us or that are allowed to lead, it is either you are a radical person or kind of aboriginal, or you are a rich man. Chances are never given to people who have what it takes. And that's the reason why we are always failing. We complain about everything. We complain the federal government didn't do this, the federal government, because nobody comes and we don't even educate each other. Because if I believe, if we start educating each other, we will understand the structure, how government is structured.
All right.
These at home thing.
Please, can you round up?
Yeah,
sir?
this is at home. It's difficult to really round up easily because too many things. Okay, I just bear with me. This is at something I have tried to talk with people. They actually flagged my picture for appeal. Yeah, if you want, I can send you a personal picture. They flag my picture for any information that can lead to my capture or things like that. Because of that, I have avoided Alibo now for the past 8 years, just because we try to tell them to listen. This is not how to go about things. You don't punch your own face because you're having an argument with your neighbor. If you are actually trying to liberate Igbo from who in the first place? Okay, let's say you are actually looking for Igbo independence. Your focus, your energy should have been in how to develop Igbo. Your energy will be how Igbos will get better. You don't hold them hostage. Now everyone is afraid. You can't speak in public. You can't go out. And this is bad. So I'm happy that people are actually speaking out. Then if we can form something that can help create a kind of a control, I don't know how to say, but in Latin, control propaganda to enlighten people, make them understand that all these things are going wrong. I think it would be great. I am out for it. If there's anything that can be done, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Leon John. I completely agree with you what you said, but there's a point where I quite disagree, respectfully. Of course, is a point where you said the Igbo land, we have been electing people who are not, we have been electing certain type of people, or as if it's an indictment of the electorates. I want to say that it's completely not true. I know that leadership selection process in Igbo land, is especially political leadership, is quite problematic. However, I think the major problem, or the part of the problem, lies on the people who are supposed to avail themselves, to the people, to be elected. For you to actually govern a place, you must somehow live among the people, or understand the nitty-gritty of the people. But over time, we've discovered that the best brain of the Igbo land are found elsewhere. There, I think the only Alibo is the only people, only place where you cannot find their best brain resident in. Most of our big politicians live in Abuja instead of Alibo. Most of our intellectuals, of course, live elsewhere but Alibo. So there's no intentionality from our intellectuals or our super rich big men, in quotes, or elites, to actually make Igbo land somehow habitable for certain type of individuals, in order to retain that type of person. And we are still talking about it till date. It's the brain drain that's currently ravaging the region. So I think it is our responsibility to be intentional about reversing some of these things. So, because who are we leaving the responsibility to? Is it the people who are championing the IPOB agitation? Is it the people in the rural communities? They can't, of course, come up with any solution to this. So wherever we find ourselves, if we're educated ones, we should be the one to champion it, especially the middle class, because we are closest to the people who are going to vent their anger on. Look at the people that they are destroying their cars. They are the middle class. They can't get close to the super rich elites. They can't get close to them because these guys are way ahead, way above their level. So they can never get close to them. But we are the easy targets. We are the easy target. People who have shops, who have who can drive around, the town. These are the people they see often, and these are the people they target. So I want to say that we have to acknowledge our role in our society as people who have actually, the middle class, who have acknowledged our role in the society, then get deeply involved in salvaging the situation and not pointing kissing finger to anyone. I believe strongly that the responsibility lies on our shoulder, because the elites may not be interested in solving any problem, and of course the people in the middle class are the one that's supposed to identify some of this problem and, of course, put an end to that. But overall, I understand where you're coming from, and I completely agree with that. Thank you so much for your input. So we go over to the next speaker, Sir Parrot. Sir Parrot.
All right, good afternoon, all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay. So, personally, of course, we've had the forum where we talk about IPOB, the sit at home, and the effects in Southeast. I've actually not been in Southeast, and I came in some 2 weeks ago, and of course, I've been experiencing it as well. So, basically, at some point, we actually providing solution in this discussion, and then I think when one person said something about how IPOB is good, we deviated from profiling solution to the menace itself. The truth is, the elites, they care less about this. They are not, because nobody can get to them. So the main people that suffer this are the people that do their daily business, the people that that can't access those probably the security and all those things. Now, what should we do about it? Like they said initially, we used to have a live development project, which of course I was part of at some point, and then of course one or two things happen. It's not as it used to be. But the truth is, people have gathered. You have about 200 and something people here that are part of this discussion. After this discussion, everybody goes back to their normal activities, and then it's left for one or two people to still pilot or try to push. If we want to be sincere to ourselves, the youths, the educated youths are not part of this system of, not in support of whatever thing the IPOB guys are doing. If you go to the streets, people that are fostering this IPOB, sit at home and the likes are people who have nothing else to do. Basically, they thrive in violence. That's the truth. So when there's violence, they're okay with it because they get something out of it. That's where they get their daily living. And so it might never stop because that's their own pattern. So in our own way, what should we do? We have the means of going into elective positions to change the narrative. Because if we want to go the way they're going, trying to convince people, these guys have done a lot of background work to convince people to believe in what they're doing. How best do we convince people to believe in what we're doing? Trying to change the people that go into different positions, different elective positions. And most of us here, I will suggest that after now, we try to be part of the developmental tribes, for instance, the Libo group and the likes of it. From there, we educate ourselves more. How do we grow better? If people from such platforms get to become elected, we believe that with what they've offered, while they were part of their Libo project or while they were part of the developmental strides or developmental ideas that we're sharing today, they will be able to do better because, believe it or not, we actually have a big issue, which probably IPOD has been clamoring. The government are not doing well. Even our own elected people are not doing well. You go to Aba, the government will tell you, I give 500 naira. After all, the woman have the 500 naira? I give the 500 naira when they give birth. Do the woman have the 500 naira? That's what somebody has been elected is saying. I'm constructing the flyover. I did it myself. Is it your business? People that, those things are, you begin to imagine, how do these people get into those positions, right? That is the root cause. So how do we change it? The 300, how many of us here can start the drive in your own way? If you eventually enter there in the position to be elected and you're elected, you don't do the way these people are doing. You do the right thing. That is basically what is happening. If we, to be sincere with you, if you have a leave, everything going on well, right? You have companies, nobody will talk about IPOB will just be a finished case. So our focus should be, how do we get back to the right track? Trying to elect the right people into positions. Now we have a lot of, just finally, we have a lot of us outside the country, right? Doing businesses, building companies, industries outside Nigeria. Within Igbo states, we have a lot of unemployment. How do we encourage those people to come in and help alleviate this unemployment? These are the things that will reduce all this, IPOB. And then all of us, I encourage all of us to try and key into one or two developmental strides in Alibo. Thank you very much.
Right? That is a very major goal. So a section of Igbo land, section, very minute percentage of our people who are political, very huge large chunk of the population are not interested. Do you understand? So that's a very huge gap that we have. We need to talk about and somehow feel it. You know, so those who are in the know, we can debate this. We should continue to get our people to to see politics as stop saying, and that is the first. The second one, let's the politics as then
No, I quickly wanted to add.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
No, I quickly wanted to add to what Uche said. Uche, our people. Yeah, sorry. Our people need to understand that after God, there was a video I posted some days ago. I think 2 days ago. I'm sure some of you saw it. After God, the next thing that comes close is political power. You understand? After God, it is political power. The earlier Ndibo realize this thing, the better for every one of us. If you like, knock head for war, if you like, scream no election, no today, if you like, no referendum, if you like, scream Biafra. If you don't have political power, nobody will give you anything. If you like, do sit at home for 20 centuries, 1 million centuries. Nobody will listen to you until you have political power, until you're in a place to make decisions, until you have political power. That is the only way people will listen to you. The earlier we embrace politics in our Igbo, the better for us. You understand? The earlier we embrace politics, if you like, condemn politicians, call them sabo, call them this one, call them all sorts of names, call them anything you want. If Agocha, Akufecha, or the Alawo, the earlier we embrace politics, the earlier we get our voters card, vote the right people into our state assembly, senate, all through, down all the way to governorship, the better for us. Thank God we finally have somebody in the person of Soludo that is an intellectual that some people have been condemning for a very long time with, calling them intellectual. The Israel you people always make reference to. But intellectuals actually built Israel, not people that smoke million and go about collecting people's bike. No, that wasn't how Israel was built. Israel was built
They don't look at that one. They don't even know before Israel got their independence. It was true politics. They don't look at that side at all.
Politics, so also no get go as you town that go back go you know, Mexico, Ozu Aquarapa, Blue, Neyman, Cotton Afghan, no Biafra. You are wasting your time. The earlier you wake up, just go and wash your face. Politics is the ultimate power after God. The better for you.
Well, yes, I wanted to say something. I don't know. It's like you just been saying everything that is on my mind. For the past how many weeks, I've always been tweeting in my timeline that everybody that told him that politics is not important, that person is from the pit of hell. It's in my timeline. I've been tweeting it because I don't know who taught our people this kind of mentality. And reading our history, I don't think it was this way. Uche, like what you are saying, I kind of disagree because after reading our history, I found out that we were involved. Maybe after the war and everything, it cost us a lot, we are pursuing other aspects of our life and, cultures that we are not used to creeping and became a mainstay, if you ask me. Just a few days ago, someone released a data that's about collection of PVC for elections in Nigeria, in general elections, and a whole Southeast region. I mean, this is a region that houses majority tribe, for Christ's sake. And sometimes that's why if I see people that say Southeast don't deserve the presidency, I pinch myself and don't want to react in a way because who will give you the presidency when you only have 300,000 plus people? When other regions are having millions and millions of people collecting their PVC. You see that mentality of no, politics is not important. And it shows in everything we are doing. Go to the lowest of cadre of life, even in Southeast, even in markets. And you a measure of our market. You know that you know that markets needs better toilet and everything. But because you don't want to get involved in dirty something, you don't want to get involved. It just everything. I don't know who taught our people that politics is not important. It is very, very important. Why we are the way we are in Nigeria today because we don't want to play politics. We actually did after the war to an extent, but from 1999 to who brainwashed us, I don't know. Every day we keep making mistake. On our country. Even before the war, we are very good with politics. As much as we don't want to give Azikiwe his due respect and because of his rules and everything, reading his history and the way he was playing this politics with other Nigerians, I was asking myself, when are we going to get to that level again or have a politician like him in Nigeria again for the? It's not like our people don't play because we can't say that we are democratic and we now say we don't like politics. No. It doesn't just come. For people to say they're a democratic society, it comes with a lot. It means that to an extent we have a kind of or you play politics to an extent. Our society can be egalitarian and we'll say we don't play politics. No. For people to oppose it means that they are political. Someone will not just come and oppose you. But why is it that we don't want to make it practical? This is the mindset we need to change. We have conquered everything in this world, but that political will is the issue that is holding Ndebo back. Every day we keep making reference to countries that have gotten independence and we don't even want to know that these guys got everything through the political way. Yeah, we want to gain it, but the war could be behind it, we don't want it. Everything is political. Even how you make money is political. One single politics can change everything and you will not do anything, you will cry. And when you're winning game, marginalization, but not politics. Because we have refused to play the politics, because we don't have our own political leaders that is in these positions. That's why we are crying this way. On to which